President, council members, and participants, we are now live.
Thank you, and good morning. I understand that state law currently requires that the following announcement be made at the beginning of every remote public hearing as follows. Due to the current public health emergency, city council committees are currently meeting remotely. We are using Microsoft Teams to make these remote hearings possible. Instructions for how the public may view and offer public testimony at public hearings of council committees are included in the public hearing notices that are published in the Daily News, Enquirer, and Legal Intelligencer prior to the hearing, and can also be found on phlcouncil.com. I now note that the hour has come. Mr. McDermott, would you please call the roll to take attendance, and members that are in attendance, please indicate so by saying present or whatever you may say choose. So to make sure that your screen, your image is displayed on the screen. Thank you. Mr. McDermott, please call the roll.
Councilmember Bass.
Good morning, Mr. President, colleagues, and the City of Philadelphia. Thank you.
Good morning, Councilwoman.
Good morning.
Councilmember Brooks.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning, Philadelphia. I am present.
Good morning,
Councilmember Dom.
Good morning, Council President, colleagues, administration.
Good morning, Council.
Councilmember Gautier.
Good morning, Council President and colleagues in Philadelphia. Present.
Good morning, Councilwoman.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning, Philadelphia.
Good morning, Councilwoman.
Councilmember Green.
Good morning, President. Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning, Councilman.
Councilmember Gim.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I am present.
Good morning, Mr.
Mayor. Councilmember Heenan.
Is the mayor on today?
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Mayor. Welcome.
Good morning, Councilman. As I said earlier, there was a couple of little issues with respect to the attendance today. The mayor will not be on today as part of this testimony.
My apologies, Mr. President.
It's not your fault. Trust me.
Councilmember Johnson.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning, Councilman.
Councilmember Jones. Councilmember O'Neill.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Councilman.
Councilmember O.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. I apologize for the mic faux pas. I was saying, oh, the mayor's on. Anyway, I apologize.
That's a part of confusion on others' part. I don't know. Thank you, Councilman. Good morning.
Councilmember Parker.
Morning, Mr. President, colleagues.
Good morning, Councilwoman.
Councilmember Quinones Sanchez.
Good morning, President and colleagues, and welcome to the Board of Education and Dr. Height and his team.
Good morning.
Councilmember Squilla. And Councilmember Thomas.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening public.
Good morning, Councilman. And we have clearly established a quorum, so we're going to get started. This is the public hearing of the Committee at Whole regarding bills number 210, 320, 210, 321, 210, 322, 210, 323, 210, 324, and resolutions number 210, 336. Mr. McDermott, you please read the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Bill number 210320, an ordinance to adopt a capital program for the 6 fiscal years 2022 to 2027 inclusive. Bill number 210321, an ordinance to adopt a fiscal year 2022 capital budget. Bill number 210322, an ordinance adopting the operating budget for fiscal year 2022. Bill number 210323, an ordinance amending Chapter 192600 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Business Income and Receipts Taxes by revising certain tax rates under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 210324, an ordinance amending Chapter 191500 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Wage and Net Profits Taxes by revising certain tax rates under certain terms and conditions. And resolution number 210336, resolution providing for the approval by the Council of the City of Philadelphia of a revised 5-year financial plan for the City of Philadelphia, covering fiscal years 2022 through 2026, and incorporating proposed changes with respect to fiscal year 2022, which is to be submitted by the mayor to the Pennsylvania Intergovernmental Cooperation Authority pursuant to the Intergovernmental Cooperation Agreement, authorized by an ordinance of this council, approved by the mayor on January 3rd, 1992, by and between the city and the authority.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott. Today, we continue the public hearing of the Committee of the Whole to consider the bills read by the clerk that constitute proposed operating and capital spending measures for fiscal 2022, a capital program, and a forward-looking capital plan for fiscal year 2022 through fiscal year 2027. Before we begin to hear testimony from the witnesses we have for today, everyone who has been invited to the meeting to testify should be aware that this meeting is public and it's being recorded. Because the hearing is public, participants and viewers have no reasonable expectation of privacy. So by continuing to be in the meeting, you are consenting to being recorded. Additionally, prior to recognizing members for questions or comments they have for the witnesses, I would note for the record at this time that we will use the chat feature available in Microsoft's Teams to allow members to signify that they wish to be recognized. In order to comply with the Sunshine Act, the chat feature must only be used for this particular purpose. Today, we will hear testimony from the School District of Philadelphia and Community College of Philadelphia. Later on this afternoon, we will hear testimony from the public regarding the school district's budget proposals. The first person to testify is Mr. McDermott.
Joyce Wilkerson, President, Board of Education.
Okay. And will Dr. Height be providing his testimony immediately following Ms. Wilkerson? Dr. Height?
Yes, Council President. I will be providing my testimony right after.
Right after. Oh, thank you. Ms. Wilkerson.
President, I'm sorry.
Okay. Ms. Wilkerson, please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Good morning. My name is Joyce Wilkerson. I'm president of the Board of Education. Want to thank you for having us here today to share updates with you on the Board of Education's work. And I'd also like to take a moment to introduce my colleagues on the board. Vice President Ahia Hinton, Board Member Julia Danzy, Mallory Fitz-Lopez, Dr. Maria McCulkin, Dr. Angela McIver, Ms. Lisa Sally, Mr. Reginald Streeter, Ms. Cecilia Thompson. They're all with us this morning. They are volunteers, as we all are, and they may not be able to stay the entire meeting. They will be leaving for other commitments and rejoining us as soon as possible. On behalf of all of us, I want to thank you for the chance to be with you here today and for your partnership and service to the students of Philadelphia. Today, as we prepare for the district's budget hearing, we'd also like to provide you with an update on Goals and Guardrails, the board's 5-year plan that we adopted in December 2020 and began implementing in January 2021, and how this plan is shaping our approach to this year's budget and the work of the district. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Ms. Ahia Hinton.
I'd like to begin by briefly sharing the board's vision for goals and guardrails and some background on their development. In December 2020, the Board of Education adopted its 5-year strategic plan called Goals and Guardrails. As the governing body of the School District of Philadelphia, the Board of Education's role is to set a vision for public education in Philadelphia and then to hold the school district accountable for realizing it. As a board, we have spent our first 2 years visiting schools and meeting with community members to learn about how best to carry out this critical work. Our vision for public education is simple. We believe in a school system that provides every student with the tools and experiences they need to reach their fullest potential. In order to achieve this vision, we set clear student learning goals for the district and guardrails that provide the conditions needed to make student learning a priority. We are implementing this plan because it is time to move from a mindset of system survival to a world where every school is providing every child with the tools they need to reach their potential. To accomplish this goal, we must be focused on student achievement. And I'd like to pass on to Dr. McColgan.
Good morning, everyone. To summarize the goals and guardrails plan, we have 5 academic goals and 4 guardrails. Our first 2 academic goals are focused on reading and ensuring that our 3rd through 8th grade students have the reading skills they'll need to succeed in their education and future lives. Our 3rd academic goal is focused on math, a fundamental skill that's too often overlooked. We want to make sure that the 3rd through 8th grade students also have the mathematical foundation that they're going to need to succeed. And finally, our 4th and 5th goals look at the skills necessary for our students to graduate with the academic and or career and technical skills needed for employment and fulfilling a
Every school will be safe, welcoming, and healthy places where our students, staff, and community want to be and learn each day. This means that our schools will be 1, environmentally safe and clean, and 2, spaces with inclusive climates that provide students with access to robust social, emotional, and mental health supports. Guardrail 2 is every student will have a well-rounded education with co-curricular opportunities, including arts and athletics integrated into the school experience. Guardrail 3 is every parent and guardian will be welcomed and encouraged to be partners in their child's school community. Guardrail 4 is our students' potential will not be limited by practices that perpetuate systemic racism and hinder student achievement. Each month, the board spends 60 to 90 minutes of its board meeting time monitoring progress toward achieving these goals and guardrails. So far, we have monitored progress on goals 1, 2, 3, and 4. This month, we will monitor our first guardrail, which will be guardrail 4, looking directly at eliminating practices that perpetuate systemic racism and hinder student achievement. I am now passing it on to board member Mallory Fix-Lopez.
Thank you. I also have Veda Lopez here with me today. So, since we began monitoring goals and guardrails in January, there are some clear trends that have begun emerging as we monitor how our students are doing. These trends allow us to identify our students' needs and invest in targeted strategies and resources that will support their individual needs in order for them to reach their fullest potential. So far, some of our clear takeaways are our students in special education and our English learners are generally farthest from the target set for our academic goals, followed by Black, African American, and Hispanic Latino students. We noticed that schools with the greatest gaps in academic achievement, We noticed that schools with the greatest gaps in academic achievement serve more special education students and English learners than our other schools. Additionally, they often serve more students that require the most intensive interventions and services. Another takeaway is that attendance matters. In general, our schools that meet academic goals have attendance rates that are substantially stronger than other schools. Finally, staff retention also matters. Schools with the greatest achievement gaps are more likely to have higher turnover of school leaders and teachers. Regarding principal retention rates, 45% of off-track schools have a school leader who have been there for less than 3 years, compared with 18% in on-track schools. Data for teacher retention rates show a 76.5% retention rate in off-track schools, an 88% retention rate in near-track schools, and a 91% teacher retention rate in schools that are on track for meeting our goals. And now I will turn it over to Board Member Streeter.
Thank you, Board Member Fix-Lopez. So these takeaways matter greatly to us when we look at the district's proposed budget, and they are guiding issues that we will be focusing on as we move toward adopting the budget later this fall. We are excited by the budget that the district has put forward because we believe that it is structured to address the areas of concern that our goals and guardrails uncover. Some of the things that we see and that we hope you will be encouraged by include differentiated strategies that provide more support to the schools that need more support. For instance, the district's proposal provides all schools with an additional position, but it will provide 2 discretionary positions for schools that are not on track to meeting our goals and guardrails. Strategies for providing more support for our students receiving special education services. These include more special education teachers across the district with an additional 50 psychologists, 10 occupational therapists, and 20 speech therapists. Additionally, the district is identifying investments for a system-wide redesign and a more proactive approach to serving all students with special education needs. Supports that make our schools more safe, healthy, and welcoming by specifically providing programming for schools and communities most impacted by gun violence. And finally, we are thrilled that the district will be formalizing the equity work that it has been engaged in this year by creating the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. These are some of the investments that you will hear about today that we believe indicate an approach that will move the needle for our students. And next, I would like to turn it over to Board Member Cecilia Thompson.
Thank you, Board Member Street. This is an overview of our goals and guardrails approach to investments. Overall, this approach to looking at our schools allows us to specifically target our resources to the schools and students who most need the support. As we move forward, you can expect to see from us investments that are similarly targeted and specific to student needs. We know from the work that not all of our schools need the same thing, and we want a budget that directs dollars to where they are most needed. This means that some students will require more support and resources than others, and we need to be prepared to meet those needs. For the board, this means we must set clear expectations for student success, monitor progress toward those expectations, and adopt a budget and policies that provide support based on the needs of our students. And now I will turn this over to Board Member Julia Dancy.
Thank you. Before we end, we'd also like to take a moment to address concerns that we've heard from our African American founded and led charter school community, and that have also been raised by several members of City Council regarding our practices as a charter school authorizer. As I hope that you see from our presentation this morning, we as a board have high expectations for all schools. We believe that it is our role to hold all schools accountable for fulfilling their purpose of meeting the needs of our students. We intend to do this for both district and charter-operated public schools. The office operates on the principle that charter schools have been granted a high level of autonomy in exchange for a high degree of accountability for providing Philadelphia students with the education that they require in order to thrive and succeed. To this end, our charter school office uses a framework for measuring the organizational, financial, and academic performance of our charter schools and produces public annual reports indicating whether schools are fulfilling their public mandate. These annual reports serve as a guide for our charter schools so that they can see whether or not they are on track for a renewal every 5 years when their charter expires. We encourage everyone to look at our charter school office's website, where all of these reports are posted publicly. Many of our charter schools, which serve approximately 1/3 of the public school students in Philadelphia, are doing phenomenal work. But for schools that are not serving students well, it is our responsibility to hold them accountable. And now I turn this over to Board Member Lisa Sally.
Thank you, and good morning. While we believe that we do this in a fair and equitable manner, concerns have been raised that our practices have discriminated against African American founded and led charter schools. We take all allegations of discrimination seriously, and we are working now to provide these schools with an independent entity who can unpack these allegations. We intend to look at these concerns openly, and we will address any areas where we are falling short. Finally, no matter how strong our practices are now, we are also always focused on continual growth. We look forward to continuing to align the work of our charter, authorizing with our goals and guardrails. This will include a review of our past work to inform our future path and the establishment of a 2-year working group with the charter sector to support this alignment. We intend to do this work with our charter community, and you will be hearing more about this in the near future. I'll turn it over to President Joyce Wilkerson for concluding remarks.
Now I'd like to thank you all for listening to the board's updates on our critical goals and guardrails work. We're happy to answer any questions you have, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Prior to us moving to Dr. Height's testimony, I would like to recognize Councilwoman Canona Sanchez, who will also be co-chairing today's meeting. Councilwoman Sanchez?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I just briefly wanted to take a moment to welcome the Board of Education. I know that many of the folks that are listening today fought really hard for a local control board, and I appreciate the work that they have done under the leadership of Joyce Wilkerson. I appreciate the fact that they have been from day one willing to engage with the Committee on Education. I want to recognize the members of the Committee on Education who during the pandemic continue to meet and dialogue and ask the questions around policy setting for the district. And now we will have a financial resource conversation around prioritizing and aligning all of the goals and guardrails along with our new renewed commitment to ensuring more equitable distribution of resources for our young people. They've spent 15 months out of schools, and some of them are just beginning to go back in school, and we are all very concerned about the youth violence that happens, and the intersection of all of these things are hugely important. So I just want to recognize, I know last week was Teachers Appreciation Week. Every week we should be appreciating teachers who under this pandemic have done tremendous work. So I just appreciate, again, the members of Education Committee and all of the council members who throughout the pandemic and as we move forward really have an opportunity with federal resources to realign, readjust, and reimagine what schools should be for our young people. They deserve nothing less. So I look forward to this conversation. I want to thank all my colleagues for all the work they do in their districts and throughout the city. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman, and thank you so much for being a very good chair of the Committee on Education, along with members of your committee. You've done great work. It's just not simply in a public setting, in a public hearing. You all have done work throughout this process to deal with these very, very challenging issues, particularly as it relates to the pandemic's impact on the school district and our children's ability to learn. So I just want to thank you publicly for your awesome work. The chair now recognizes Dr. Height for his testimony.
Good morning, and thank you, Council President and all the members of City Council. I'm Bill Height, Superintendent of the School District of Philadelphia. And just as we will begin the testimony, I'll ask that we have the opportunity to present the presentation that we had this morning. So just wanted to make sure that all members of council had access to that, as well as the public. So thank you for the opportunity to come before you this morning to present an update on our work over the past year. Also review the progress of our operations and the status of our finances, and detail our strategy as we move forward and strive to emerge from this pandemic a stronger school district that equitably serves the needs of all of our young people. As we have focused on continuity of education during one of the most difficult times in this nation, we have always kept the safety of our students and staff at the forefront of our decision making. These times have forced us to pivot and redefine how we care for our students as we support their short-term and long-term educational needs and safeguard their health and well-being. As I've said many times before, it takes all of us together to support the educational needs of all of our diverse learners. That has never been more true than now, as we, with the many consequences of this pandemic and other traumas that our young people have experienced over the last 18 months, we have navigated this pandemic together as a Philadelphia community, and that's exactly what is needed as we move forward. As you've already heard from the board, they adopted a set of goals and guardrails in December of 2020. These goals and guardrails help to serve as the guiding strategic framework for how we will move toward our vision for all children to have access to a great school close to where they live. The board aligned on 3 overarching goals, which you've already heard explained from our board members, and 4 guardrails to shape their work and the work of the district moving forward. Just as a reminder, the 3 goals are centered on reading, math, and college and career readiness. The 4 guardrails are welcoming and supporting schools, enriching and well-rounded school experiences, partnering with parents, family members, addressing racist practices. Undoubtedly, the 2021 school year has been one unlike any other we've ever experienced. We began the school year fully digital while we worked through the ever-changing climate of COVID-19 in our city. In March, we were finally able to begin the important work of transitioning our staff and students back into classrooms. All school buildings are now open and welcoming approximately 32% of students in kindergarten through 9th grade and students with complex needs in grades 10 through 12, whose families have opted into a mix of in-person and digital learning. This transition is critically important for our students who have struggled with the year of separation, loss of loved ones, and the ongoing impacts of increased gun and domestic violence, systemic racism, and social injustice. Additionally, we know our students, especially our youngest learners, have experienced significant learning loss with a decline in reading scores of 6 percentage points from the prior winter 1920, which is when they were still receiving in-person instruction, to the fall of 2021, which reflects virtual instruction. While this year has truly been unprecedented in so many ways, we have learned a lot of lessons along the way that we are taking forward as we strategically plan for next year. Our partnerships are critical to this work, and we have seen success in how we were able to achieve one-to-one technology for students for the first time and provide access to internet services through PHL Connected. Additionally, we were able to provide social, emotional, and mental health services to students and families through our Healing Together initiative and the Philly Hope Line, even while we were all virtual. We plan to continue engaging partners and philanthropists with focused calls to actions supported by our strategy as we prepare for the new school year. Now that we are a one-to-one district with technology, that means every child has their own device. It makes anytime, anywhere learning possible for all students. We are broadening our teaching and learning practices in order to extend learning beyond the brick and mortar building. And we're continuing our investments to ensure we sustain our one-to-one model. So moving forward, we plan to continue to leverage technology to meet the needs of our staff, our students, and their families. During the school year, we were able to conduct asynchronous or independent learning, as well as virtual engagement sessions with both students and families around various endeavors the school district was undertaking. We plan to continue to use both asynchronous learning and virtual engagement moving forward. In terms of progress, we were able to make $250 million in facility improvements during 2020. This includes certifying 28 more schools as lead safe, bringing the total number to 100, removing the equivalent of 9.5 acres of asbestos from schools, and modernizing early literacy classrooms in an additional 11 schools. As we approach developing this year's budget, we focused on post-pandemic assistance, new priorities based on the lessons learned through the pandemic, the progress that we achieved during this unprecedented time, community feedback, and the new board's goals and guardrails in order to support positive academic outcomes for students. As we shared during the American Recovery Act hearing a couple of weeks ago, the district is eligible for $1.1 billion in one-time funding through summer of 2024. This is an unprecedented amount of federal funding for a district. We're fully committed to investing these one-time funds in ways that provide the greatest long-term benefit for our students and schools without creating recurring obligations that would compromise our long-term fiscal stability. Our investment approach will focus on using these funds to maximize a short-term pandemic response while achieving long-term sustainable benefits. We want our approach to be an active, ongoing process. We will revisit our spending plan for the funding at various points over the next 4 years, including during the normal budget cycles. This means continually refining our approach, seeking input, sharing information, and responding to public feedback. Ultimately, we will evolve our strategies based on what is working and what is not working to support positive academic outcomes for students. Our investment strategy will focus on providing additional resources in 4 key areas: support educational recovery and accelerate learning, expand facility improvements to provide safe, healthy, 21st century learning environments, support the significant social and emotional needs of students, and more supports in schools to help all learners and educators succeed as we move forward. I want to provide some specific details on each of these key areas. Our first focus area will be to support academic recovery and accelerate learning. We know that many of our students, especially our youngest learners, struggled with online learning. As a result, we're committed to ensuring our students have access to evidence-based programs that support and accelerate learning. We will invest $350 million from the American Rescue Act over the next 4 years to improve and enhance summer learning programs and opportunities for all students, after-school programs, before-school care programs, and tutoring and other evidence-based interventions. To increase student engagement, we will rewrite and deliver a more culturally and linguistically relevant curriculum and selection of aligned resources, and expand career immersion opportunities for our students. Our second focus area will be to dramatically expand facilities improvements in order to provide safe, healthy, and modernized schools. To build on the $250 million in improvements completed last year, we will commit $325 million. I'm sorry? We will commit $325 million over the next 4 years to further improve the condition of their school buildings. These funds will be in addition to the capital and operating funds we've already committed, bringing our capital investment over the next 6 years to more than $2 billion. I want to make sure that everyone understands that this investment will be a step toward improving the quality of our facilities, but it does not replace the need for longer-term federal and state infrastructure support. We are working to define a greater vision for 21st century environments for all students in every neighborhood, and look forward to sharing that in the very near future. A third focus area will be to support the social and emotional needs of our students. Over the next 4 years, we will commit more than $150 million to expand case management, resource coordination, home visits, and family involvement to students at 50 additional schools. Increase the number of counselors across the district to reduce the projected student counselor ratio from 371 to 1 this fiscal year to 357 to 1 in FY2022. Significantly increase the discretionary funds for schools with priority on schools serving students with the greatest needs, and provide targeted professional development for school-based climate support staff. Finally, Focus Area 4 will center on providing more supports in schools to help all learners and educators succeed. A few highlights from the fourth focus area include additional bilingual counselor assistance and expanded three-way translation services to strengthen engagement with English language learner students and families. No leveling down in FY22 for all schools, and no leveling down in FY23 and 24 for our schools designated as off track from meeting the targeted goals. Doubling the amount of reimbursements for teacher purchased classroom materials for FY22. Making centralized technology investments to maintain a 1-to-1 student device ratio and provide additional tech and repair support, and an $80 million set aside for investments specific to meeting the Board of Education's goals and guardrails. In order to further inform and refine our investment strategy, we released a budget engagement survey. We received almost 12,000 responses. We also held focus groups in multiple languages. These sessions included members of our budget and family and community engagement offices and included small group breakout sessions to hear feedback and also answer questions about the budget. Findings from the feedback showed significant support for student learning supports or learning recovery, specifically in discretionary funding for schools and additional special education supports. Facility investments, specifically in addressing environmental hazards and air conditioning. And students' social and emotional needs, specifically school-based behavioral and mental health supports, and before and after school enrichment programming. We use the feedback from the survey and various engagement sessions to make the following enhancements to our investment strategy. We've included 2 additional discretionary positions, as indicated earlier by Board Member Streeter, at each off-track school, and 1 additional discretionary position at each on-track or near-track school for FY22. These positions are to be selected by the principals in consultation with assistant superintendents and informed by the school's data and school-based plan. In most cases, the positions were supported by the assistant superintendents, but there were some that were not approved because individuals could not describe how the addition would help them achieve their goals. The principals who wish to have their requested role reconsidered can seek review through our Chief of Schools office. Additional special education positions and supports. This includes a short-term intensive effort to adding 50 psychologists, 10 occupational therapists, and 20 speech therapists to accelerate evaluation efforts and a long-term effort of a system-wide redesign of our special education efforts. Additional supports for schools and communities most impacted by gun violence, including preventive programming and conflict resolution skills, mental health and trauma services, behavior health counselors at 20 schools, support coordinator for student victims of gun violence, and coaches focused on restorative practices. And additionally, as indicated earlier, in order to fulfill our commitment toward anti-racism and equity as outlined in our statement on anti-racism, and to ensure its sustainability, we will establish an Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion that supports our goal to lead and sustain system-level change. This aligns with our work to advance Guardrail 4. A student's potential will not be limited by practices that perpetuate systemic racism and hinder student achievement. This office will launch prior to the start of the 21-22 school year, along with an equity framework and organizational commitments that will guide our actions moving forward. We have a slide here that is our 5-year outlook, and now I'd like to provide an overview of our 5-year financial outlook. A 5-year plan reflects the allocation of federal funds across our focus areas over 3 years and 4 summers. The federal funds defer the impact of the district's structural budget deficit. We currently project positive fund balances through FY24 and a deficit of nearly $400 million by the end of FY26. The 5-year plan projections do not include the impact of the governor's proposed changes to the basic education formula or changes to the charter special education formula. Those changes would solve a significant portion of the district's structural deficit. Further, the plan projections do not include any additional costs resulting from new labor contracts. And there are 3 contracts, including PFT, CASA, and SPAP, that expire this summer. Those are our teachers, our school leaders, and our school safety officers. Next, I want to provide an update on the district's improvement related to our ERP systems that launched this past year. As you know, we currently provide quarterly reports on MWBE participation as part of our quarterly report, which will be released this Friday. This report builds on our pre-existing data collection systems and reports on awards in FY2021. We're very excited about a new MWBE reporting system that is a module of our new ERP system. This system launched in January and will be utilized as we are able to populate it with data going forward. The system will allow us to subdivide the data in a variety of ways, including vendor type. Most importantly, the system goes beyond our current system and collects data based on actual performance, which vendors will use, not just what was awarded. This will allow the district to track actual activity and hold vendors accountable for meeting the stated plans. We even set up a system to have payment data entered by the MWBE vendors themselves as a verification of the actual activity. This represents the remaining timeline in this year's budget process. We will go to the board for a final vote on the budget later this month, and the state will adopt the final budget in June. Finally, I want to share an update on our vision for fall 2021 and the new school year. I want to make it clear that it is our goal to safely welcome all students back to in-person learning 5 days a week, beginning the first day of school, which is August 31st. Naturally, this goal is contingent upon the CDC relaxing its social distancing requirements. As I stated when I opened my testimony, the past 18 months have been an intense and unprecedented time for our staff members who have been extraordinary through this process, and our students and their families. We know our students and families rely on our schools, not just for academics, but for a true sense of familiarity, community, and connectedness. Resuming full in-person learning 5 days per week is a crucial step to best provide the supports our students need to begin to heal, re-engage in high-quality learning, and move forward after a very challenging year. So, Mr. Council President, that concludes my budget testimony.
Thank you, Dr. Height. Dr. Height, I had like 1,000 questions to ask you, but your detailed testimony answered most of them. So some people should take a note of how you've put forth your testimony today as we go through this budget process. The more information we get up front, the less information we'll require at this particular forum. Then I do have a couple of questions, Doc. I'll run through the questions and then if you can respond. You referenced the American Rescue Plan and the significant infusion of cash, and you kind of detailed and outline how you would spend that money, and we appreciate that. One question with respect to that is any opportunities of leveraging those dollars with additional state, private sector, philanthropic contributions that would allow you to add additional enhancements to your plan as you move ahead. We're going to be looking at similar opportunities on a local level with respect to the city's money and the city's neighborhood preservation initiative. The other question is, are we planning to do any more energy projects this year. It is clear that the Biden administration is very, very committed to dealing with renewable energy. So I think there will be some significant opportunities to help us not only environmentally enhance our schools, but to ramp down considerably our utility costs. And you referenced and we've heard this for a long, long time, the structural imbalance as it relates to the school district's funding. We understand that there's limitations that you all have, and there are limitations that we have in terms of filling that gap, which we have done every year, with the exception of last year or maybe this year. So if you could just kind of touch about the strategy associated with that, I guess 24, when you're looking at it, definitely the FY25, when you're looking at a potential deficit, of what the strategies will be in filling that gap.
Thank you, Council President. I'll take your questions one at a time, and then I'll take the first two. I'll ask Chief Financial Officer Ori Munson to come on to talk about the strategy for looking at the structural imbalance in 24. So first and foremost, leveraging the American Recovery Act, yes, is the short answer to that question. We do plan to leverage that, and some of the work that we are talking about funding as a part of this is also work that we're doing in collaboration with some of the city agencies, particularly around addressing those schools that have been impacted more significantly by gun violence, and additionally looking at our facilities and thinking about using the monies as a way to leverage broader contributions around a much more comprehensive capital program that then creates 21st century learning environments for all of our schools over a longer period of time, and hopefully taking advantage of the federal and state infrastructure monies that have been proposed, if in fact those monies are approved to come forward. Energy performance is naturally a part of that, and we do plan to not only continue those projects, but to expand those projects to additional schools. And we've had, I was at Northeast yesterday, as a matter of fact, and Council President, I remember when we were out at Northeast, cutting the ribbon on that project and really talking about how we could use those projects to expand, and that has made a significant difference at the school, as has all of the other projects as well. Ori, I'll have Chief Financial Officer Ori Munson talk about the structural imbalance for 24.
Good morning, Council President and other members of Council. Thank you for giving the opportunity this morning. So we've talked over many years about the structural imbalance, how it exists, and part of our goal here is, by putting out the 5-year plan, is to be able to engage with both funders of the city, funders of the state, to kind of show the runway of where we are today and not have a surprise for anybody. We're in problem next year, but this is a few years out, so we can start to plan for it. I'll also put in that I think the ARPA money and the way we're using it provides an opportunity for us to show what works. We're going to be able to try some things, both in recovery and in other areas, and essentially demonstrate how investments impact our students. And I think in our discussions with City Council and the city over the past several years, and with the state over the past several years, we have a much easier discussion when we're doing an ROI argument. We can show that these things work and you can help fund us. The city has been, obviously, in the past few years, come up with additional funds for the district. The state has also done that, and I think that's part of our ongoing goal. And obviously, we're going to continue to work with the governor's proposal on fair funding and the basic ed, changing that formula. There's obviously the lawsuit out there, and all of our efforts to make sure that the funding we're getting from the state is distributed as equitably and fairly as possible. Because as Dr. Hyde mentioned in his testimony, those changes alone would actually go a large way towards closing that structural deficit.
You're on mute.
I was muted. Sorry about that. Yeah, let me ask you a question with respect to the quote unquote the city's contribution as it relates to the authorization of additional real estate revenue. How closely have you been talking to the Office of OPA in terms of future increases in assessments or natural growth of the real estate market? We see a very aggressive real estate market currently taking place to some degree, unprecedented. Understand that a lot of those properties, pretty much all are tax abated as it relates to the improvement, but the land values will clearly be going up. In your projections, do you look at that, or have you talked to our OPA office to factor in the possibility of additional revenue as these projects come online?
So our projections on real estate are based on whatever the city's finance department shares with us on with going through all those underlying factors so we can understand it. It's obviously been a little trickier the past 2 years with the decision not to do reassessments these 2 years, how that's impacted. And there are the unknowns of once we get into the city gets into a more normal assessment cycle, hopefully. Obviously, if there are any kind of buffering efforts, as when you haven't done it for 2 years during a period of time when it's still gone up, how that will be impacted. We always take into consideration if there's an increase in the number of appeals, which that can cause as well. We do discuss with the finance department what their underlying assumptions are, so we know what the city revenue department is assuming in terms of delinquent property, in terms of property growth, what's going to be able to capture, what collection rates are. So we do discuss all the underlying data, but we pretty much follow the lead of the city's projections there, since they're the collector of those taxes.
Okay. I guess that's what you have to do. Not to suggest that we are not giving you accurate numbers, but third party sometimes is helpful. All right. Okay. Let me see. I actually wanted to ask you about you referenced the charter issue, so I'm going to let other members get into that. I know that's a very interesting subject matter that will be discussed at length today. All right, so I think I'm going to get into the other members now. I have a couple other questions, but I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues, and I'll come back a little later on. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Fiona Sanchez.
Thank you, Council President. I also want to move along to our colleagues. I have several questions. So if it's okay, you can proceed with Councilmember Thomas.
Okay. Chair recognizes Councilman Thomas.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. I want to thank Dr. Height and everybody for being here today. I know that we've all been working very hard about a number of issues that we're very passionate about. And, I think I've been pretty clear in some of my passions, and I want to say thank you for working together to be able to make some things happen. And I do think that there are some other issues that we have. I think we should start with the school board, and I think Council President kind of hit on some of the issues with some of our Black institutions. In the midst of just listening to the statement today, it was very gloomy. It felt like the cloud came over when Black charters were brought up and the dark music started playing, and we only talked about accountability and reports and making sure that we bring the hammer down. And I think that's the exact issue that myself and my colleagues were trying to communicate. It's not just the tangible things that people have communicated, it's also the tone, and it's also the perception. And I think that in the midst of the statement that was made today, that was just another example of exactly what we're talking about. There are a lot of the positive things that come out of Black-led institutions. And we're not just talking about this idea of equity and inclusion, which is something the district spoke about. We're also talking about the images that young people see every day. I didn't hear anything about the number of Black staff that are hired at these schools. I didn't hear anything about the opportunities to do international travel, the language that's used, African-centered pedagogy. None of those positive things were said or or communicated on the record. So I'm going to do that for them. And I think I just did. And so I just want to start right there because I don't want the general public to feel like our Black institutions are what they were just perceived to be as it relates to the communication that I just heard. I do have a lot of questions like my colleagues. I'll get into one question right now for the school board. And my first question is, a number of different institutions have came to us in the midst of several convenings and communicated concerns that they have. I'm wondering, was any of the information that was communicated through meetings that were facilitated with members of council then used to retaliate or investigate any of the institutions? Can someone just take about 30 seconds to give us a quick response to that, and then I can move into some of my other questions?
This is Joyce Wilkerson. I know of no effort made to retaliate against any of the institutions that presented information. And if there are specific allegations, I'd appreciate those being forwarded to this office so that we can investigate.
Thank you for your response. I appreciate it. Outside of that, I want to just ask Dr. Hyde a few things, and I'll come back to the issue around the Black institutions later because I think I'll need a whole segment for that. But Dr. Hyde, you talked about the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. First of all, thank you. I think that that's something that's really needed. I think it's important that we communicate what's going to happen specifically around magnet schools. We know we've had some equity and inclusion issues there that we know we need to get addressed. Contracts are very important. We've talked a lot about just investing in our local businesses and making sure that we're supportive of not just Philadelphia-based businesses, but also Black institutions. So one of the things that we've been asking for is the top Black contracts and the top women-led contracts. So if we can stay consistent in asking for that, we'd appreciate that from the district. And then I think long-term infrastructure. You talked about investing in long-term infrastructure with CARES dollars. I think that it's important that that's done through a lens of equity and inclusion as well too. So if you could just take maybe a minute or so, and I know that's a lot, to kind of talk about that office, I definitely appreciate it. And then I want to try to get one or two more questions on the record before my time is up this first round.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councilman Thomas. And with respect to the Equity Office, and as I talked about almost a year ago, we started an equity coalition here in the school district. And that coalition is made up of groups of individuals from all areas of the organization. It even includes students. And the Equity Coalition's goal was to work to do several things. Number one, come up with a definition of equity, create commitment for the school district, also to make recommendations about how we will move forward using a lens of equity to explore everything from the policies we create, as you mentioned, like the magnet schools, staffing issues, who has access to what opportunities, and making sure that we're addressing the disproportionality that has been a part of that for many, many years. And so it was important to create that office. And while the Equity Coalition has not finalized all of their recommendations, we knew that this would be one of them. And that's why we wanted to start this office so that this office would be in place as we move into the next school year. The office will be out of the superintendent's office, will report directly to me. And we want to then move towards being an anti-racist organization in the equity. This office of diversity, equity, and inclusion will then lead that effort of the Equity Coalition and all of the work that I just described.
Thank you, Dr. Hyde. I think that's important. I think it's needed. I look forward to continuing to work with the district so we can push these issues. Constituents are really on me about the magnet school issues. Again, I'm big on the contract stuff and long-term infrastructure. I'm a graduate of public schools. I'm going to push the Frankfurt High Schools and the Conwell Middle Schools, not to be too biased to Councilmember Sanchez's district, but, those are the institutions that, I come from that I know would benefit from this long-term infrastructure investment. Another thing, Dr. Hyde, I've been really pushing, and I want to make sure that I continue to push, is just getting, you gave us a date of return to school. You said August 31st. And I've been really pushing for us to have intimate dialogue, specifically with high school students. I think what the gun violence is showing all of us is that they're communicating and interacting and going through things in a way that nobody can ever say that they went through, because none of us know what it means to be 15 in a pandemic. So I'm wondering, like, what is the plan as far as focus groups, intense dialogue? Like, can you just, and I have one more question I'm going to try to get to, but can you just talk about what your plan is for high school students and middle school students to return to in-person school when we know we have all these things going on with social media, gun violence, and so many other issues?
Thank you, Councilman Thomas. We're starting those conversations now. And in fact, hearing from groups of young people, particularly many of our leaders who are working as a part of the student leadership group. We have a student leadership office. It's led and managed by a young man named Tyler Weems, and Tyler's in constant contact with young people, and we're taking we're talking about what they need in terms of opportunities to have dialogue, opportunities to problem solve, what they feel like needs to be in place as they begin to return to school. And I had the opportunity yesterday to talk to some ninth graders who also returned, and just hearing from them in terms of what it means to come back, and then what they needed in order to feel safe in returning to school. So we've started those conversations, which will then continue through the summer and right into the fall as we begin to prepare for all individuals coming back. And we're going to do something very similar for families to find out what they need in order to feel comfortable with sending their young people back in the fall.
Thank you. I know my time is up. I'm not going to get into sports stuff today. Dr. Hyde, I did submit about 35 questions. I'm hoping you can check out those questions, and we're in a back and forth dialogue as it relates to that area. And I look forward to my second time around to be able to do a deeper dive on some of the issues with our Black-led institutions. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Council President. Thank you.
Councilman, I just want to interject that one of the guardrails that the board is tracking is the enrollment in special education, in special admit schools. And so at our next board meeting, we'll be going through the process of examining the data on who gets in, why they get in, what are the obstacles to there being more diversity, and then what the district intends to do in order to address the disproportionality there. We've also got under consideration policy 206 that talks about school selection, and that also deals with the issue that you talked about. And so we'll share more information with you, but encourage you and others to give your input at the board meeting as we try to tackle the challenge of special admit schools.
I'll definitely give my input at the board meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Thank
My
you.
apologies, we went out of order to Councilmember Gilmore Richardson. So if you can allow our majority leader, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sanchez, and let me thank you, as chair of our Education Committee, for your leadership and all members of your committee. Before I get into my line of questioning, I also want to give a huge shout out to two ambassadors on behalf of the district, and Hania Sharp and Evelyn Sample Oates, to Joyce Wilkerson and Dr. Height. The reason why some of us don't have to knock down your doors more than we already do is because Hania and Evelyn usually get the answers to our questions beforehand. So I want to thank both of them for being good ambassadors. Dr. Height, help me here. Minus COVID and during a traditional school year, how many days of instruction do we have? The total number of days, just so that I'm clear.
180.
So it's 180 days of instruction.
Correct.
I just want you to follow me here, Doc, for a second. When President Biden introduced his American Families Plan to us all at the joint session of Congress, one of the things he did was make the case for 4 additional years of the federal government paying for public education. In essence, he talked about the essential nature of a quality public education, particularly when we as a nation made 12 years of public education sort of universal during the last century. But what he did, Doc, is that he questioned whether or not 12 years is enough in the 21st century, right? So we know what we did in the 20th century, but he questioned whether or not 12 years is enough in the 21st century, and whether or not it will allow Americans to compete in the global economy. With that being said, Doc, I want to ask you, in your professional opinion, do you think, and I'm talking about post-COVID, I'm talking about expiration of the federal dollars that we've received via ARP, the traditional school year. Do you think that 180 days is sufficient? Is that enough, or is that something that we, as a city and a Commonwealth, should be rethinking?
Thank you for the question, Councilwoman Parker. And it's interesting you asked that question because that was the subject of my dissertation, as a matter of fact. And so I think two things. One, we could rethink the year and have children with fewer days off over extended period that would then reduce the amount of learning that's lost over like summer periods. But you can do that using the 180 days differently. So and it extends the learning process. But what I found in my dissertation is if you add days without fundamentally changing how young people are engaged in the learning process, then you just get more of the same. It's not, so the longer time doesn't necessarily mean more achievement if you actually don't change what children are experiencing. But I do agree with the president's assertion on this issue, that as we think of, we tend to think of graduating from high school as a natural benchmark. And I interpreted the president's remarks as saying every single child that is graduating from high school is going to need some form of post-secondary training, whether that is in a career and technical field, at a college or university, or at a job. And they're going to need that level of training in order to compete in a 21st century knowledge-based economy. And so the community college president and I have been talking about, we need to be thinking about education here in Philadelphia, just writ large, more as like a K to 16 model versus a K-12 model. And think about it extending beyond high school, but into some form of post-secondary training that provides young people with both the experience, the expertise, and the certification in those things that they are pursuing.
Thank you for your response to that, Dr. Height. I'm going to be in touch with you about some thinking around this issue and reimagining again after the federal ARP money is no longer available, and how we deliver public education. And I appreciate your noting for the record that simply an extension of the 180 days would not be enough, because we would in essence be delivering more of the same. But with an extension of that 180 days, we could be creative about scheduling to ensure that teachers aren't simply teaching a class of 30 to 35 students. We could, in essence, be incorporating, Sylvester Mobley's Coded for Kids, our arts and cultural institutions, some of which, have the great honor and privilege of working with students in our magnet schools, but quite frankly, interacting with those valuable institutions is not the standard operating procedure for all schools throughout the city of Philadelphia. So I look forward to having a conversation with you about that in the near future. Now, Doc, I want to go to an issue that has clearly been near and dear to my heart. Don't know whether or not you can answer these questions for me for the record quickly, but overall demographics about those who are actually providing instruction in our school. Percentage from a racial perspective and sex, and those that are Philadelphians versus those who are in the county. Do you have those stats available now?
I don't, Councilwoman, but we can get those to you very quickly.
Thank you. If you can forward that to our chair and or our president, and so that will be extremely important for us, because the issue of Black men in particular in positions of leadership, standing in front of classrooms in the city of Philadelphia. I've been consistent throughout my time here as a member of this body. Can you tell us how many African American men in particular who now hold principal and or assistant superintendent positions in the district, and or how many African American male teachers do we have?
Yeah, that I can tell you. And so we do have individuals who are African. We have increased the number of African American men who are in front of our young people. So we had 379 Black male teachers. That was represented about 4.4% of our total teacher workforce in 16-17. And we know we've been focused on this issue. And this past year, we now have 469 Black male teachers, representing 5% of the total SDP workforce. And so while we've seen a slight increase in male teachers, we know we have a lot more work to do there. We've also seen a increase in the percentage of male school leaders. And in 16-17, 87% of administrators, those are climate managers, assistant principals, and principals were Black males. That represents about 22.6% of our administration's workforce. In this past year, that number is 125 administrators, representing about 23.8%. And so we are also focused on teachers. I don't have the percentage who live in the city versus outside of the city, but we do have the percentages of those individuals who identify as people of color working in the school district. And that number is about 37%.
Got it. Thank you so much, Dr. Height, for your response. I'm out of time, Madam Chair, but Dr. Height want to ask for the record, if you wouldn't mind sharing a copy of that dissertation, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so very much, Councilmember Parker. The chair recognizes Councilmember Gilmore Richardson. Just for the record, so folks know as we're queuing them up, we then have Gautier, Brooks, Green, Jones, Dom, O, Squilla, Bass, and Gim. Thank you all so very much for your patience.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair. And first, want to thank you for your leadership of the Education Committee and all the work that you've done with the committee. To Dr. Height, thank you to you and your team, but most especially Hania Sharp-Brown, who works with my office very, very closely. I know we could not have gotten through this year interfacing with the school district without you, and also to Evelyn Sample Oates. Thank you very much. I did want to briefly say thank you to all the teachers who may be listening, but particularly to Mrs. Safeli, who is my daughter's kindergarten teacher at Gompers Elementary School. I have one of my first papers that my daughter has written, all in her writing and all of her words that she's learned this year. So I wanted to say thank you very much for that. I wanted to start where I left off, where my colleague, Councilmember Thomas, left off around students transitioning back to an all in-person model. And I'll say for the record that my daughter, my one daughter is currently in the hybrid model. My other daughter is still all virtual. So as we continue to think about how students will transition back to in-person learning, and dealing with a lot of the trauma around COVID-19 and sort of being stuck in the house for over a year, could you do a deeper dive for me around what mental health services and programs will be available for the students to utilize? I wanted to give kudos to my colleague, Councilmember Gim, around a student roundtable she held back in April, where many of the students talked about the need for more mental health services. So that would be my first question. And then secondly, what services are you offering for students who have been impacted in any way by the impacts of gun violence across our communities? And after that, I'll go into after school corridor safety for young people as they navigate transportation and transition to and from home, and then to conflict resolution.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson. I'm going to ask my colleague Karen Lynch to come off of mute and respond to the first question about the behavioral health supports, and then the responses to the schools most impacted by gun violence.
Particularly around thank you, Dr. Hyde, but particularly for the behavioral health supports, but also for the services for students who have been impacted by gun violence. If you could do a deeper dive around the organizations you're collaborating with that are on the ground that provide support and services to students, particularly the ones you also contract with.
Great, thank you. Karen.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. And thank you for the opportunity to highlight some of the work that we have been involved with over the last year. I think we shared with you and members of the council that back in August, we started our initiative because we knew that students had, at that point, from March of earlier in the year, that students had spent a good deal of time on their own at home and not in school. And so we started what we have called Healing Together, which is an initiative that brings together behavioral health supports across the community. So we have involved not just behavioral health counselors, but we have involved those organizations in the community that have been engaged with healing and addressing the issues of students. We have started the Hope Line as part of an opportunity to give students and adults within the community the opportunity to call if they feel they're in crisis and to be able to have someone hear their issues and concerns. Healing Together also involves an initiative that throughout this entire school year we've been involved with, and that is one of building strong relationships, helping students to identify and address issues of conflict. We've been doing that through community meetings as well as Relationships First, which is a restorative effort when conflict arises. It's the opportunity to sit down to discuss conflict and issues. We've increased the numbers of...
And Karen,
yes.
Apologies for the interruption because I want to really make best use of my time today. Can you talk about, you brought up conflict resolution and I was going there, but can you talk about the work that the district has been doing and the updates that we had from our last Committee on Education hearing around the expansion of conflict resolution on the Tier 1 basis to every school in the district and how that will be funded based on the evidence-based approach the school selects, meaning whatever evidence-based model that particular school selects, Dr. Abigail's department will fund that program. Can you just get that on the record for us today?
Yes, absolutely. So we have evidence-based practices that we have identified. There's an array of options that schools can select. Every single school in the school district has to develop with principals' input and input from individuals within a school improvement plan. As part of that effort, they are identifying Tier 1 and Tier 2 initiatives that speak to the climate, but particularly speak to the issues of how students will resolve conflict, how students will develop positive relationships. And so it's evidence-based. In the fall, every single school will have a completed plan, and the supports and the coaching will come from central office, so it's not an additional cost to individual schools. And we're pleased to be able to partner with you and with CVH on this initiative.
Well, thank you. I really want to thank you all for that work and for moving to that place and space and for participating in the hearings and all the important work that has gone into expanding that program leading up to the new school year. And thank you, Councilwoman Sanchez, for all of your help and work in that regard. I wanted to quickly go back to the issue of after-school corridor safety for students as they travel to and from school. If you could talk about what the district is doing to work with our school safety officers and others to ensure that as students transition from school to either public transportation or if they have to walk home, how we are making those corridors safe for the students.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gilmer Richardson. So and if he's on, I don't know if he's on, Kevin Bethel, who runs our Office of School Safety. But he is?
I'm here, Dr. Hyde, if you need me.
Fantastic. Thanks, Kevin. And I was going to talk about the collaboration that we have or we're engaged in with all of the agencies, everyone from the community-based organizations that do that work to SEPTA, to the Philadelphia Police Department, working with their school safety officers and some of the climate managers. And so Kevin Bethel, could you expound on the work you're doing around corridor safety?
Yeah, and Dr. Hyde, and that's correct. I mean, you summarized that very well. I mean, we are working with all of our collaborative partners. Councilwoman, as you know, the corridor issues have always been an ongoing problem or issue for us to address in most of the councilmanic districts, and particularly, and there are some very core ones that we deal with, work with on a daily basis. We're working in collaboration with the Philadelphia Police Department. Actually, we were on a call last night presenting with Commissioner Outlaw, where we discussed the corridors and our collaboration with SEPTA as it relates to our core terminals, Olney, Frankfurt, and some of the other terminals that we are really collaborating effectively to be able to address those corridors. And as you know, Twist, Town Watch integrated under Anthony Murphy in their Walk Safe Philadelphia model, they identify, I think, at least 26 schools on their site as it relates to the corridor work that they're doing. And clearly, as you know, there's always a need for additional volunteers. There's hundreds of miles of city corridors that our kids traverse, and many of them need additional volunteers. So as part of this conversation, I would encourage the viewers to participate and reach out to Town Watch and Twist. And also, I would also say, Councilwoman, we have a model, Safe to Say, PA.org, Safe to Say, PA.org. It is 844 Safe to Say, in which members of the community can reach into that site and alert us if there's issues going on in the community that we often can't cover. I know this has been an issue for Council President as well as it relates to some of the violence we've seen around our schools, and we continue to lean forward and making sure that we're collaborating. And one final note, we're working now under the direction of Commissioner Outlaw and her team, and I share with Dr. Hyde most recently, to re-engage our divisional community meetings with our schools and our teachers and the community. We think that is going to be, we're looking to kick that off starting next week to really bring the charter schools, all of our community partners, all of our public schools, and all those schools in that setting in areas of the city to get together on a regular basis, discussing issues both at the school and occurring in the corridors. And we think that's going to be a great way for us to move forward.
Point of
Sorry, eat up all your time. I apologize.
Point of information.
Yes, Councilmember Jones.
I just want to, and thank you, Member Richardson. I just want to state for the record that we are thankful not only to the school district police, but the Philadelphia police, but as importantly, the Real-Time Crime Center for the original Safe Corridor program at Overbrook High School. You'll remember, Member Richardson, after the murder of a student by the name of Bernard Scott. And we got together and I don't want to put it out there in the universe of knock on wood, we haven't had a murder there since. And the use of the cameras and synchronization with the police boots on the ground has helped young kids get back to their respective neighborhoods in a safe manner. Black police, police from the school district working with Town Watch has been successful. We even had 7 a.m. roll calls where the principals talk about what happened last week and whatever beef that might have happened in between schools. And they would stagger the release of young people after school so that they wouldn't run into each other after school at a transit stop. So we're thankful for that, and it has made the world of a difference. Member Gilmore Richardson was with Blondell Reynolds Brown at the time when we initiated. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Member Richardson.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones. Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, I'll allow you one more question.
Yes, thank you so much, Councilmember Jones, and thank you so much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, and I'll circle back on the next round, but I wanted to get on the record some questions around career and technical education, workforce development, and post-secondary career readiness. And then also I wanted to get on the record a few questions around our facilities and our environmental conditions within our facilities. So last question for this round. What new CTE programs are you planning to implement within the next 2 years in response to our changing economic employment needs and our labor market indicators here in Philadelphia? And how are you planning to utilize any of the federal opportunities to implement those programs? Specifically, and I know we talked about this, police science CTE program around the recruitment challenges directly from the city of Philadelphia for the police academy. I'll hold the remainder of the questions for the next round. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Height and team.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And we do plan to, in fact, we've already started a solar energy CTE program. That program is in coordination with PICO and others. We're also looking at just some of the energy, the renewable energies, and focused on that, particularly as we approach like the green the green skills and jobs that our young people would have access to. And then still we are working closely with the individuals who are coordinating the new Hillco site to determine if in fact there are new avenues that we can pursue with respect to career and technical education in that space as well.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'll circle back on the next round.
Thank you so very much.
Madam Chair,
yes.
Before the next council person goes, because I don't want to mess up their time, I wanted to provide a correction to a question that I responded to for Councilmember Parker, who asked the percentage of individuals who identify as persons of color. I said 37%, that number is 33%. So I just wanted to get that correction on the record.
That's teachers or men?
Teachers, that's teachers, yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Gautier?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning, Dr. Height, Evelyn, Hania, the whole school district team, and to the board. Thank you for being here today, and thanks for all of your hard work during the pandemic as well. It's very important that our children are attending schools that are both environmentally and emotionally safe. And I think we all know that that's a challenge right now as our children are facing multiple crises at once, including gun violence, COVID, and some schools that are in disrepair. And I know that we would all also agree that it's hard for learning to take place when these are the conditions that children are subjected to. So for the record, I wanted you to talk about how much of the $2 billion in additional investment in capital funding is allocated to FY22, and what is the total capital allocation for FY22?
Thank you, Councilwoman Gautier. I want to ask Ori Munson to come back on, and he can give some specifics in terms of the capital budget for how those categories are framed.
Thank you.
Good morning again. In terms of the overall, we basically have the $2 billion we talked about is from a series of different funding streams. So about $325 million from the federal ARPA money. We have some money left from our last borrowing, the $500 million done almost 2 years ago. And then in our plan, we plan to borrow this fall and then again every other year throughout the plan. And based on the amounts we plan to borrow, plus that money, plus the funds coming from the University of Pennsylvania, the $100 million over 10 years, that pledge, that's how we get to the $2 billion. And the funds have different restrictions on them depending on how they're used. So the Penn money, for example, is primarily for environmental. The federal money is primarily for short-term issues to make sure we get students back in the building, as well as potentially other longer-term issues. But obviously, there's a time frame for when those funds have to be spent, and sometimes capital projects have a longer runway, so we can push more of that money towards environmental. I know that we're in the midst of our master plan efforts and getting all the data we need to actually make those decisions about exactly what gets spent where and what to do on those pieces. So there's sort of a too often in the past when the district had very little money to spend on capital, we have been focused on we have money and the money drives what we can do. We actually have I will never say enough, but we certainly have more significant resources than we've had for a long time to be able to put into capital, and that we're committing to do our facilities work. And we really want to have it driven by what the master plan shows, by what the underlying data shows, by what the community response shows of what is needed, and then we'll be able to identify the funding source to meet those needs. But it's a significant spend over a 6-year period. I mean, 5 years ago, we spent $37 million on capital because we had no access to money. Now that we have it, again, we want it to be driven by what the need is, not by the funding.
And can you just restate, what's the total capital allocation for FY2022?
I believe it's about a little under $425 million.
Okay.
422 is what will be before the board for as a recommended capital budget.
Thank you. And can you expound on what will guide the district's plans to make capital repairs over the next 6 years, and how do the voices of students and parents and teachers factor into those plans?
So I think there's a bunch of pieces that make up that those plans, and that's what we're working through right now. We want to have the baseline data, which really informs what we have. So that's the first thing, is know what we have, what the condition of all our facilities is. We want to have a focus on what does a 21st century learning environment mean, and what's the how do we get from point A to point B essentially, and the resources, and what we're planning, what the goal is to do over those next few months, including community engagement, engagement with public officials, and throughout is understanding how we get from point A to point B with the resources that we are allocating for this purpose. But that's the plan we're working through right now.
So you're developing the community engagement plan?
I think we're developing all pieces of this. We need to have the underlying data because we don't want to have an uninformed discussion with the public, and we also need to have a clear vision of what that 21st century learning environment means for everybody. So we need to have all those pieces so that we're doing the public engagement with communities, and I think again with the city, looking at how we align resources together. Because they're obviously, we should be coordinating public resources and making sure we're taking that into consideration. So I think there are a lot of partners in this process, but we don't feel we can have an informed discussion until we have all the underlying data. That's what we're trying to get, so that we can go through that planning process and continue to work on it as we move forward.
And will your plan center the voices of those who've been most impacted by buildings that are in disrepair?
I think it'll be centered on everything we've learned from the buildings in disrepair. I think there are lessons learned, and we've all heard, and even at the testimony a few weeks ago, about where there was an approach that didn't make sense, where we took a short-term approach instead of a long-term approach. So, we all know the stories about where we painted over the results of a leak without dealing with the roof leak, for example. That's an easy one. And so learning about all the things that the approach may have been right about the importance of being transparent with all the work we're doing and how we approach it, what the decision making is. I think all those underlying lessons are the key to how we move forward and will inform the approach moving forward.
Okay. Can you describe the new support coordinator role for student victims of gun violence? And can you also talk about the supports for students who are not victims directly, but who have friends or family members who are victims of gun violence, or for students who might witness gun violence?
Councilwoman, I'll start, and then as I start, I'll also ask for Karen Lynch to come on, and she could say more about that role. But this is a role that supports individuals who are in those schools most impacted, as you just indicated. And we're looking for individuals with lived experiences in those communities, not just someone who is coming from somewhere else and doesn't understand. And we've heard this loud and clear from young people that said that they need individuals that they can relate to who are also there to support them. Karen is on, so I'll have her fill in the rest of the details.
Councilwoman, I thank you for the question because it highlights the fact that gun violence doesn't happen just to the individual victim of gun violence, that it impacts the relatives, the classmates, people within the school that know the individual, and it is the type of trauma that stays with an individual. It does not dissipate easily. And so to have opportunities to discuss it, to have trained staff within schools to recognize the warning signs and the indicators is extremely important. And that's what the services that we are implementing right now and plan to grow include. I think the superintendent talked about the additional 20 behavioral health consultants. He's talked about all the other services that are in our schools, the addition of counselors, the addition of working with other evidence-based providers in order to do this work is absolutely critical. And when something happens, just very, very quickly, we not just reach out to the individual student, but we reach to see whether or not siblings are within any of our schools, and we provide supports and engage with the family of siblings and certainly of classmates, teachers within the school, other school-based staff.
Thank you so much. And then lastly, can you talk more about what you've heard directly from students about what they need to feel safe returning to school during this epidemic?
I can speak in general to what students have indicated. I think one of the things that we also know is that the experience of adults over the last year and a half and the experience of young people have not been the same. That in this instance, I think that young people have been far more hit by and impacted by what's going on in the community, both with social injustice as well as violence, loss of friends, loss of the inability, the ability to interact. They look for an adult to talk to. They look for interaction with their peers. They want to be heard. They want to be part of the process of deciding what's going to happen to them and not just have things happen to them. That's just very briefly what youth have been telling us. They want behavioral health services. They want to know more about behavioral health. They want to understand trauma and the impact of trauma. And so I think the great news is that we have inquiring, engaging students who have had, in many instances in this past year, the opportunity to talk about their emotions and their feelings within the classroom as part of their instructional experience. And that exposure and that knowledge of has given them an interest in knowing more and experiencing more. And the last thing I'll say is that they also indicate that they are very interested in what is happening to their peers, not just what's happening with the individual student, which gives me great hope and great faith.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Let me just, highlight and emphasize something that Council Member Gautier mentioned, particularly as it relates to kind of the reimagining the facilities. You know, what we heard, as Ori mentioned in our last hearing a couple of weeks ago, is, you know, we have shop stewards and building folks that, you know, as soon as the baseline data is outlined, really need to be engaged around reimagining these spaces. I think that there's a lot of people on the ground who've done a lot of work to get us to a place where we can actually be talking about billions of dollars in investment, and let us not waste this opportunity to do it really differently and think about it very differently. The chair recognizes Councilmember Brooks.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm going to start out doing something I usually do not do, and I don't believe I will ever be to this point, to say thank you so much to Dr. Height, the school board, Evelyn, Hania, on all the work we have been doing over the COVID pandemic and over the last couple of months. And I want to thank Madam Chair for having so many meetings that when we're here at budget time, I have far less questions, because in Dr. Height's presentation, he ran down so many things that I've been asking questions about, framed them out, and have even taken some suggestions. So thank you so much for your commitment to listening. So today I only have 2 questions for you guys, which is really good, and I don't even have any to send in the mail. So my first question, I want to start talking about the topic of facility and kind of follow up on the questions from Councilmember Gautier. I know that the ARP funds have allowed you to expand some of the work in this area and to create a kind of master plan list of needs for district facilities, which is long overdue. You've said the district is planning to engage communities, school communities, in this process, and I would like to just dig a bit there. Specifically, there have been calls from school communities for a People's Master Facilities Plan, driven by resource and facility councils. This approach would allow the school community to be engaged with the district's remediation and reopening plans, to allow full transparency and to ensure there's accountability structures in place. So I was wondering, would the district be willing to consider implementing something like a resource and facilities councils like the ones the communities are calling for? And if so, when do you think something like that can be created? And the reason I'm doing this, because as we all know, in the past, the district has struggled with family and community engagement. And I think it would be a real opportunity to improve in this area and prevent some of the tensions that we have had in the past around facilities. That's my first question.
Thank you, Councilwoman Brooks, for the question. And I want to know more about what the Resource and Communities Facilities Plan would be. And we're always interested in finding better ways to engage with individuals. And I do know that we've started a facilities advisory committee that's made up of multiple individuals from around the city, including individuals that used to be a part of an organization that focused on facilities. And so I'd be interested to hear more about what you're proposing here and how we could engage in that type of process moving forward.
Great. So I'm happy to set up time to talk more about this and how we could talk about this. And sure. I'm happy to hear that you're interested in this idea. So thank you so much for that, Dr. Height. My next question is about KOZ extensions. I know there has been some Keystone Opportunity Zone extensions that were set to come before the school board soon. Mr. Munson, can you speak a bit about whether the extension of the Keystone Opportunity Zones would have a negative financial impact on the district?
Thank you, Councilor. So relative to our current position, the way the KOZs are usually structured is there's a basic payment of the current level. So we wouldn't lose out essentially by a KOZ, but obviously if there's additional, we don't get any benefit from the additional work, property value investment that happens there that might increase those property values, which would lead to which could have led. So the question comes down to, like with all KOZ projects, is Would the work have happened without the KOZ? If it would have happened without the KOZ, then we would be a net loser. But if it would not happen without the KOZ, then we're basically, we don't lose on any of our current revenues. It's a really complex way to look at it, because you have to deal with what the hypothetical of what would have happened or wouldn't have happened. So it's hard, but fundamentally we don't lose. The question is what could we have gained?
Thank you. I just wanted to get that on record. Thank you so much for answering that question, Madam Chair. That concludes my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Brooks. The chair recognizes Councilmember Green and cues up Councilmember Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to follow up on some questions made from Council President regarding the project that the school district worked on. Dr. Height talked about the work at Northeast High School and the Philadelphia Energy Authority, and I'm curious in reference to some of the challenges heard regarding concerns regarding school buildings. Last year, the school district worked along with their teachers regarding reporting of concerns raised Billy. They have not connection in the past couple of months. I want to get perspective on that.
Councilman, I heard some of the question, but not all of it, and so want to make sure I'm capturing the question. So it is a question around the energy performance, the work that we're doing with respect to energy performance?
No, my concern was that since the schools, there's been a number of concerns that have been reported to the Philly jobs.
Councilmember Green, you're coming in and out. You continue to come in and out. So
all right, let me check my connection. I'll come back.
Okay.
All right, so I'll move to Councilmember Jones and then cue you back on. Okay, my apologies. Councilmember Jones.
Thank you, Chair Lady. You know, getting off of mute sometimes is a task. First of all, thank you, Dr. Height. I have truly enjoyed our working relationship and totally respect your vision as to the education of our young people. And I'm surprised to this day that Evelyn Oates even hasn't blocked me and still allows me to call her with my multitude of questions and concerns from things like the rebuild of the new Cassidy school in my district and the restoration project of Overbrook, which I am a proud alumnus of. So thank you for that. I have faith in your leadership during the roughest times of the pandemic. You fed our kids, you kept them safe, and you were a good steward through those hard times. So I'm appreciative. And I think I speak for a number of our members when I say that. And thank you for the education that there's some things that are in your control, and then there are some things that are the purview of the Board of Education. And so to a different degree, I have some concerns about some of those policy issues. My first question is there such a thing as a school to prison pipeline? And if so, who in your organization is responsible for the tracking and dismantling of that pipeline so that we can create a school to paycheck pipeline? Who is the person who is most knowledgeable? I know Kevin Bethel actually was the keynote speaker at the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission on the subject, but who from the board is tracking and keeping track of the schools that create that pipeline? And I just know that there are 48 zip codes in the city of Philadelphia. 11 of those zip codes populate 90% of the inmates on State Road. And there is a correlation between underperforming schools from those zip codes. So I need to know from the board's perspective, who's responsible for that pipeline?
I think, this is Joyce Wilkerson with the Board of Education. I think that in meaningful part is what our goal and guardrail work is about, is making sure that our children have the kind of education that allows them to fulfill their potential and their dreams. And not only in the academic sphere, but also with respect to the kind of social support that they need. And so every month we're looking at the areas where we're failing our children, asking why is it not working.
So I don't mean to interrupt, because they will cut me off. Who in your organization is the person that I can talk to about the school to prison pipeline and its dismantling? A person.
That's me, Councilman. That's me.
All right. Yeah. But I'm talking about, all right, so here's an example of what I mean.
Okay.
I did a tour as chair of public safety up on State Road. And we, along with Brooks, Member Brooks and Member Gim, walked on a number of pods where young African-American men and men of color were housed. They were generally from the age 18 to 24, most of whom should have been products of the public school. In my catchment area, in 19131, 19139, 19151, there are more people in that age demographic or close to it in prison than in Overbrook High School. We have to have a more focused strategy. And I could leap that right to the gun violence. And what do I mean by that? There was a shootout in the catchment area up in Overbrook Park. 2 people killed, 2 more injured by gunfire. Thanks to the police department and the district attorney's office, we captured that individual. That individual was 16 years old. Should have been in somebody's school during that time of day, learning the things he needed to do to be a productive citizen. Tell me how we are focusing in on that problem. I'm of the opinion that this is a civil rights issue. That as we fail those generations, and I'm not talking about all kids, but I'm talking about a percentage of kids that we've been able to identify. How do we tailor a way to get, everybody's not going to college. We need to repurpose some of those schools to have certificates that actually mean a job at the end of graduation. Tell me how we're doing that.
Councilman, yeah, thank you for the question. And yes, there's such a thing as a school to prison pipeline. We've been trying to interrupt that since I've been here in Philadelphia, and I'm sure if you've heard Kevin Bethel speak about that, we've reduced significantly the sending children right from school to arrest or to the police or to a criminal record. However, to your broader point, there are a lot more things that we can do, and as a board president indicated, that's part of why we've constructed the goals and guardrails to look at the disproportionality of black males, young black males, and to some degree Hispanic and Latin males, and to look at why that disproportionality exists in terms of those young people who are not learning to read, those young people who are not attending school on a regular basis, those young people who get suspended more than other individuals, even though they don't make up, they're not a larger percentage of the population. those individuals who do not get into programs that engage them or encourage them to get that certificate that you described. So that's part of our broader work in terms of how do we actually know who those young people are, know what's causing that problem, why it's happening, and then how do we intend to solve it. And that becomes a part of the meetings that we're now having in public around disproportionality, especially as it relates to the young people in the zip codes you described, 313951. Because you're right, there is a disproportionality with the young people represented in those neighborhoods. And that's why it's so critically important that we start at as early as we can and keep those young people engaged as long as possible. And then once they're not engaged, making sure there's a pathway to employment or pathway to some advocation that's going to keep them from like running the streets and doing the types of things you described.
So Ms. Evelyn Oates is working with her team to put together a Renaissance plan, if you would, for lack of a better term, for Overbrook and those individual children that are in that at-risk group, looking at certifications that after 12 years actually allow you to have a job. Pepsi Cola in Member Sanchez's district has an interesting philosophy. You don't have to go to college to learn how to do water treatment to create the mix of distilled water and syrup water. You need some training that they tailor so that you can get a meaningful position within that organization. Member Sanchez took me up there right at the height of the soda tax to show how they were doing that. And I appreciate it, never forgot it. We need to find more pathways to paychecks just like that, so that a young person believes there's a future, that he doesn't believe or she doesn't believe that, only today matters. And so I need somebody at the school district board level that looks at those policies. You and Evelyn are doing your person's job of implementation of policy. But I want the policy to come from the source, which is the board. And I'm going to yield now, and my next round will be to talk about the disparity between the closure of African-American owned charter schools versus schools that are not apples to apples comparisons. Thank you, Madam Chair.
President Wilkerson, did you want to add anything to that?
No, as board president, I ultimately take responsibility for the kind of follow-up that you're talking about, and would love to have, an opportunity to sit down with you, Councilman, to talk about how we intend to drive the outcomes that we want for our kids. That is what our goal and guardrail work is all about. And I'd love to have the chance to sit down with you, other council members individually to have that conversation, because it is fundamental to the work that we're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones. Big picture conversations are critical right now. We got to think big and then think bigger. Again, our young people deserve nothing less. Councilmember Green, are you back? And
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back in a different perspective, but thank you for the opportunity. Dr. I want to thank you and the school board, as well as the entire staff, including Hania Sharp-Brown and Evelyn Sample Oates, for always being available for follow-up on issues. A couple of things. I'm following up on the colloquy you had with the council president regarding schools and the physical infrastructure. I've been raising concerns for a number of years regarding the actual physical environment of our schools. It's my understanding that since the reopening, there's been about 281 concerns that have been raised and have reported to the school district through, I believe, various teachers and other staff. And I'm not sure what has happened in reference to those concerns that have been reported to the school district. I I know last year, the district, especially the school district and various teachers and others were meeting regularly regarding different issues or concerns and using the app as a tool to identify issues. But those meetings have not really occurred since November of last year. Can you give some perspective on why that's not occurring now?
Yeah, no, thank you. And we actually do have meetings occurring with the PFT on a regular basis. And in fact, both Reggie McNeil, our operations chief, and our chief of staff, Alicia Prince, meet probably weekly, if not more, with the PFT to talk about concerns that are shared. With respect to the app, council member, we actually, the app goes to the PFT and then they share that information with us. Some of those have already been tickets that are closed. Some have been dated that have been just resent. But others have been things that we've had to go out and actually investigate and address. And so part of it is making sure that the app is used as its intended purpose to make us aware of those issues. I've said from the start, the more eyes we see on these issues in a lot of our old buildings, the better. And when we are aware of like an issue that needs attention, we get out and investigate and either repair that immediately or construct a plan for its repair, and then communicate that plan to the individuals at those schools.
Okay. But my understanding that for the most part, those meetings about the reopening process, but in reference to the actual response to those issues that have been raised by various teachers, that doesn't seem to be occurring. It seems like it's a more macro conversation about reopening, but those more finite issues that have been reported, clearly there's some communication is not occurring to making sure that if I'm a teacher or some other type of employee in the school district building and I report a concern I see as we're bringing students back into the school, especially based on this pandemic and based on all the environmental issues we've had for some time, that information should be followed up with. So I know the macro meetings are good regarding reopening, but in reference to specific issues, especially for those teachers and other employees who are right in those school buildings, they're raising these concerns as they see them, and to not have that information followed up with on a timely basis, raises a concern not only for teachers and also parents like myself who has a child in the school district who just went back to school on Monday.
And Councilman Green, if I could just share, because I think this point is really important. So that we don't have access to the app, so we don't know who.
Make sure for the record. So the school district does not have any access to that whatsoever.
It's reported to us through the PFT. So those things are reported to us through the PFT. Right. So we don't have direct, when a person puts something into the app, that goes directly to the PFT, and then they inform us of what that is, and then that's when the investigation starts. And so our information goes back through the PFT. Okay. We also, to the question that Councilwoman Brooks asked earlier, we also have an environmental advisory committee that actually looks at these issues more broadly and actually talks about how we can actually have better responses to things like individuals who submit the apps.
Okay. Well, I was just my understanding that the school district had access to the app, and the information was also going to the school district, not coming to the school district by way of PFT, because there's now these 281 issues that I'm aware of. There's probably about 1,000 outstanding issues. I think this would help in the transparency to kind of clear up that issue, because that's a different perspective than I was led to believe. So I guess my other question in reference to infrastructure, which also ties into this issue, the American Jobs Plan hopefully will be passed by the end of this year. What steps is the school district doing? And I've been critical in the past about what we were doing to make those critical improvements to the physical structure of the building while students were not there. As we prepare for the fall and the American Jobs Plan, what is the district doing to address that issue?
Yeah, so we had, and I think the Chief Financial Officer, Ori Munson, was talking about this earlier, and I'll reiterate that we are actually looking at the short-term capital work that was already approved and that we're focused on, work orders and those that come off the app and the ones that individuals submitting from the district. We're also addressing those issues. The immediate environmental issues that need to be responded to, focused on those and continuing to do that work. While that work is happening, we're also looking longer term at how do we create 21st century educational environments, regardless of where children attend school. And that work is being informed by the demographic information that we collected, the enrollment forecasting, the facility conditions work that happens, and now we've added an educational adequacy point to this. And educational adequacy is like, does the building have natural light? Does it have the appropriate electricity? Does it have spaces for children to play? Do they have the spaces that are convertible and could be interchangeable? And so those types of considerations are also being planned, and we're planning to then take all of that information back out into communities to engage with them with respect to what does the 21st century school look like, and then how do we create the opportunity to do that moving forward. We're finalizing those set of plans, and then anything in those plans then would be eligible for the infrastructure monies that you just described.
And that's good to hear that, but also to follow up, considering that the school district is a multi-billion-dollar entity, and we have 25% poverty rate in the city, and only 6% of the companies with employees are owned by African Americans, although the vast majority of the school district is attended to by African American students. Only 15% of the population of this city is Latin descent, but only 4% of the businesses with employees are owned by people of Hispanic origin. So what is the steps that the school district is doing, considering we have a 43% African American population, 15% Hispanic population, to do a better job of its spending, not only as we prepare for the American Jobs Plan, but currently, what is the dollars that are being spent in African American Hispanic communities, considering we have this high poverty rate, and our tax dollars are going to the school district? Are we spending them with companies in the city of Philadelphia that represent those demographics?
No, appreciate the question. Thank you. And I'm going to ask Councilman Green for Ori Munson to come back on and give a response to your question. Ori.
Thank you, Councilman Green. Good afternoon. Since we passed the noon mark. So we've actually been working proactively, both in terms of reaching out MWBE and local business. There are certain restrictions we have to follow within the code of what we can do as a set aside, but trying to be more aggressive. We were doing a lot in terms of open houses, outreach programs, working with a lot of local, the Philadelphia Chamber of Commerce, but a lot of the local neighborhood chambers of commerce and economic groups. A lot of in-person things up until the pandemic, trying to maintain that in virtual ways since, and obviously hoping to restart. In terms of where we are, and you were asking about the current spend, so this is a preview since these numbers come out Friday with the quarterly report, but where we are year to date, and overall, you should know that a lot of our contracts, total awards in general, are down during the pandemic year for a bunch of reasons I can talk about, but of the total contracts awarded year to date through March 31st, 72 contracts, a total of $97.2 million. The cumulative number of NWE vendors, and there can be multiple vendors, obviously on a contract, is 162. The total dollars to NWBE is $45.4 million, which is about 47% of the total award dollars. And then I know we've talked in the past about it's also important to look at how you break that down, and we do present the information of the data we have today, and Dr. Height mentioned that our new system will give us more data as that gets into the system. It only went live in January. But for construction contract awards, for example, which is about $64.5 million of that total dollar amount, almost $30 million to MWBE is about 46%. Construction professional service contract awards, 22.7 million total, 14.7 to MWBE, that's 65%. Professional service contract awards, non-construction, there were very few so far, about 21. Right now, about $10 million in awards, $1.1 million, so about 12% to MWBE in that area. And we actually haven't done purchasing contract awards this year, and that's really because of the pandemic. So we've done a lot of extensions of current contracts or done purchasing based on cooperative agreements, just because it's so difficult to do some of the normal type of RFPs for purchasing contract awards we normally do. As I mentioned, we'll be able to give more details and better data. And more importantly, from our view, this is the award data. And what we want to be able to provide information to you, to the board, to the public, is what's actually happening. And so the new system will be able to show, are the MWBE vendors doing the work? Are they getting paid for the work? And most importantly, because there are often discrepancies about what gets reported back, the subcontractors, the MWBE vendors themselves, will be able to report on having received the funding so that we know they've been paid for the work they've done, which allows us to track what actually happened, but also go back and see if vendors are performing as they promised. And we can take that forward in terms of overseeing them, but also how we view them for future contract awards.
And thank you, Mr. Munson, Dr. Height, and all the members of the school board. I just have one word question. Are you part of the new procurement initiative that's going on through the Greater Philadelphia Chamber of Commerce? Yes or no answer is sufficient because my time is up.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. Let me take this opportunity and just really emphasize, as you work at updating our facilities plan, the need for an improved PLA that really helps our young people track into the building trades is hugely important and will be expected by the district as the board is working on this. Really pipelining, to Councilmember Jones's point, pipelining our CTE kids into that infrastructure work. We're going to be looking for, the details around how that happens, and then what you can do on the contracting side, whether it's local preference, local hiring. I know that there's some issues around the race qualifications, but those numbers look promising. But ultimately, the four-part contracting becomes a challenge for how do we grow more businesses. And all of us, we all know that what we've been doing historically has not worked and it has not been fair. And this is the time in the intersection to say we're going to do this differently, particularly with billions of dollars being invested. And the importance of the contracting is there, but also the workforce development component of it. And, to Councilman Green's point, you're $1 billion organization who's going to be investing, and that investment should go to unapologetically to Philadelphia. And so thank you for that work, and we look forward to hearing about this as we move forward. Chair recognizes Councilman Dom, then cues up Councilman O, Squilla, Baskin, and Councilman Johnson on the first round. Thank you. Councilmember Dom.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Dr. Height. I think it's good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councilman.
Thank you for all your work, and thank you to your team and the teachers, and for getting through this pandemic. You guys did an unbelievable job, and I join the chorus of all my colleagues in thanking you. And I say, thank God Dr. Height's there. That's what I say. So my comments today are constructive, not critical. Here's my first question. These are lightning round answers so we can get through this quickly. You can give me yes or no or just a brief answer. Is the school district getting its fair share of the federal relief dollars passed along by the Commonwealth, which I think is about $1.1 billion?
Yes, they're using the Title I formula. Yes.
Second question is, and this has to do with what we're teaching in schools with our changing economy, which you've heard me talk about before. But I'll go back to 1991. It's only 30 years ago. And the top 5 companies in the United States at that time were General Motors, Exxon, Ford Motors, IBM, and Mobil Oil. 2 oil companies, 2 automobile makers, and IBM. 30 years later, fast forward to 2021, we see Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, Facebook, and Google as the top 5 companies. I know we've talked about this in public and offline. I'm appreciative to hear that things may be moving forward with a new curriculum that could possibly include that financial literacy, the technology, and the entrepreneurship, and possibly on-the-job experiences 1 day a week, like the Cristo Rey program that we've discussed. But how do you see that implementation happening? Because now more than ever, I think in this pandemic, we've seen how important technology really is, and I think all of your students and all of us in counseling and all adults have advanced our technological skills. We had to, and it's evident by the top 5 companies. They're all technology based. What can we do to really make a big difference in those areas?
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Dom, for the question. And just very quickly, so the work that we're doing, and I talked about continuing as a one-to-one district where all young people now have the technology that they can use to access a lot of information that will inform their ability to do these types of things. But more specifically, you mentioned accelerating the implementation, creation and implementation of our new curriculum. And that curriculum is also going to include entrepreneurship. And it's already included as a component of our career and education, career and technical education work. But we're also going to include that more and embed it really into things that it hasn't been embedded into before, like math, science, those types of programming, so that it's literally a new experience for young people. The same is holding true with financial literacy, and we are in the planning stage of determining how to include financial literacy in an expansive way via curriculum integration, so that it's not a standalone piece of content, but it then becomes a part of the curriculum, and it's integrated into the curriculum as a part of what all children experience. And where it isn't, it then becomes a separate course for all young people next year. So it's work that we're doing, and we know you are always consistent with your questions around financial literacy and entrepreneurship, and wanted to make sure that this was also a critically important part, because in a knowledge-based economy, it's important that our young people are equipped with these skills, regardless of if they're planning to work in that factory that Councilman Jones was talking about, or if they're planning to go on to college. And so those types of problem-solving, inquiry-based types of skills they're going to be very important to our young people being employable moving forward.
Yeah, and on that note, I will say I've taken tours of many of the schools, whether it's Lincoln or Dobbins or Randolph, which I think Randolph's in Councilman Jones's district, if I recall. They're doing a great job at Randolph, and so are these other schools. So all these things that we're talking about, financial literacy, that's a course for everybody, for whatever they're doing. It should be a course for adults. It should be a course for people in every walk of life, including government. It should be mandatory, in my opinion. Let me switch gears for a second, because I know that my time's limited. The school district staff, do we have an idea of how many of the staff, teachers, et cetera, have been vaccinated? What percentage is currently vaccinated?
Yeah, we don't know specifically how many staff, because we haven't asked that. We haven't asked that question, nor have we required it. But we were estimating about 55% of all staff have received the vaccines. Now, those are higher numbers for certain categories than for others, but that represents about almost 14,000 individuals.
And so my understanding is, Dr. Height, I think most teachers were primarily vaccinated with the Pfizer doses by CHOP. And I think on April 21st, the CEO of Pfizer said the likely scenario, he was talking about there might be a need for a third dose, somewhere between 6 and 12 months. And then from there could be another annual, revaccination program. So as this booster period falls within our, 2021, 2022 school year, have we started thinking about and coordinating with the Department of Health and the PFT on booster shots to make sure we're not in the same position we were in earlier this year, and that we have a plan so we're not scrambling and we can figure it out and do it very organized?
Yeah, the answer is yes, Councilman Dom. So we continue to work with PDPH and the Children's Hospital and other hospitals for that matter. I have to give a shout out to Penn Medicine that did a clinic for staff members several weekends ago. So multiple institutions now are working with us. And it was PDPH who made the vaccines available to CHOP that they use to actually provide our teachers with the opportunities. And we're now focused on the children 16 years and older, and we'll soon begin focusing on children 12 to 15 because we think it's also important for as many of them to have the vaccine.
All right, that's great. I think my time's up. I'll come back on the next round. Thank you, Dr. Height. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Height. Real quickly, so what I know CHOP did a fabulous job working. So I know you're planning for the younger kids. What's that going to look like? Are we talking about mobile vaccination sites in the school during the summer? What's that vaccination for the younger kids looking like?
Yeah, right now we're just in the development of the plans and how that's going to happen. We've been working exclusively with the Children's Hospital around this issue. So right now, for the 16-year and older, it is at medical facilities that they identify or community facilities that they identify. And then we're trying to work with them on how much staff they can make available in order to do these things. And but not only are we working with CHOP, we're working with other organizations like Black Docs and others who are already out in some of these communities that could also help us expand the availability, particularly for the younger children, more broadly.
Yes. Yeah, we got to get on that and use the summer months, all the enrichment programming to try to get as many of those young people vaccinated as possible. You know, that's what's going to help us get up to whatever the new normal is in September. The chair recognizes Council Member O and cues up Council Member Squilla.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman. My first question is for Ori Munson. We did have a conversation about COVID-19 viruses and other things, and about how much of the school budget will deal with preventative measures, safety measures, such as bipolar ionization and scanners. I think it's a topic he understands, at least from our brief conversation. I will point out again, as I have in the past, that other states have begun to install bipolar ionization and bipolar ionization in their public schools, and other countries have done the same. Are we going to do that in the Philadelphia public schools, and how much money is being allocated to that plan?
So we continue to look at all recommended approaches to dealing with safety and ventilation, and advice from PDE, from CDC, from local health officials, and obviously in consultation with the PFTs who look at buildings and what the best approach is. And that those have continued to evolve. If you go back to where we were a year ago from where we are now, we have the resources available that we continue to make available for, as approaches have shifted, PPE, student barriers, and we continue to set aside funds for those types of investments. And we'll continue to make them, and that's obviously a priority for us. I think it's hard for us to predict exactly what we would do next until we wait to see what the experts are recommending. We don't want to get ahead of it, as obviously it sometimes changes day by day, or a little slower than that. But we want to be responsive and be prepared to purchase things as necessary. I think what we've done is we've set up, when we first set up our supply chains because of supply chain concerns, we established, we qualified, I think it's over 27 vendors to supply different resources so that we have the supply chain necessary to get the resources we need as we need them. We're just trying to be responsive both to the guidance we get from science as well as the responses we get from principals and teachers as they go back into schools and see things that they need.
Sure. I'll simply say that I hope you will continue to do that. The science is what I'm talking about. I am talking about the technology that is approved the technology that is being deployed and used currently. And I think the technology is pretty much confirmed in that it has been around for a while and is being installed in public schools in other states. I think from what everybody's saying that, we are looking at a large portion of people in our nation that are not going to get vaccinated. And the issue ultimately is who has COVID, who doesn't have COVID. And the scanners can tell that, even before people show up to the workday, or if they show up to workday in 10 to 15 seconds, there's different type of devices that I think assure people that the environment is COVID-free or virus-free or bacteria-free. So that's one question about public safety. The second question is to Dr. Haidt, and we also had this discussion. In light of the skyrocketing gun violence and violent crimes that are occurring in Philadelphia, when the schools do open, we do expect young people to leave their homes, get on buses and trains and subways, congregate, walk to school. And again, I cringe at the term school to prison pipeline. I will just say that it applies to some schools, not to all schools. There are many schools in Philadelphia that it's a prison to a bright future pipeline. So when we talk about schools to prison pipeline, we're talking about certain neighborhoods, and those are the same neighborhoods with the same problems that we have known for decades. And the issues that surround them include public safety. But nowadays, as our students get on buses to go to their charter schools or their magnet schools, there is a collision of young people that is potentially a problem. And I just believe that many parents and many people in our communities want to be assured that our children are safe going to school, whether they're walking to school or taking a bus to school, and that their buildings are secured and that there is safety inside. And that involves school police, or whatever they're going to be called, a presence that is able to intervene in potentially violent conflicts, until we've settled down on the fact that perhaps and hopefully there is not this level of continued violence among young people. Could you answer that? Thank you very much, Dr. Haidt.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman O. And I think to the earlier conversation, I think this question came up earlier, and we're going to continue to do this work in collaboration with many organizations who are providing mentorships to young people, safe passageways, safe corridor work. But we're also aligning and coordinating this work with other institutions that transport our young people. And other institutions that are out there providing supports and structures for our young people, like SEPTA, the Philadelphia Police Department, our school safety officers, our climate managers, and communities that are providing the information. And I do think that one of the benefits of getting some of our young people back, and this is a much smaller percentage, and we understand that, but this also allows us to see and to put into place or put into practice some of the approaches that we've constructed. So this week alone, we have 1,000 young people who are high schoolers that are coming back to schools in various parts of the city. They are on public transportation, they're walking, and what we're learning as these young people return are what are potential places where we will need additional supports. So we will continue to monitor and evaluate that just as we've done in the past, but we will know more with respect to who's attending this summer, because all the summer programs are all in person as well. And all of this is with a view towards getting individuals back into a routine of coming to leaving their homes and going to and from schools.
Thank you very much, Dr. Haidt, and thank you very much, Chairwoman. That completes my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember O. Councilmember Squilla, and then queuing up Councilmember Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to agree with my colleague, Councilmember Brooks, who had said that I think a lot of the meetings that we had along the way were very, very helpful to us as the Education Committee, and with our questions with the district, and the openness and transparency of Dr. Height and the team have been very helpful. Two things, and I know that we're getting calls as people are now filtering back into schools, and as we see possible challenges along the way. Are we looking to, in the future, come up with a plan of how possibility of hybrid education or people choosing hybrid education in the fall will be handled, or is that not going to be an option?
Councilman Squilla, thank you for the question. Yes, we are looking at how we will deliver a virtual option if, in fact, we have individuals who see that as the most valuable option for their children. We want that to be a last resort for young people and for families. One thing that what we've done in the meantime is we have now groups of individuals from the PFT. These are individuals who work in schools. Groups of individuals from CASA. These are individuals who provide leadership in schools, working with my team to actually come up with what our plans are for getting individuals back in the fall, and whether or not we have the ability to offer a virtual program. So we're trying to construct that using the individuals to inform that who have to do the work. Here's one thing we've heard, particularly from teachers, Councilman Squilla, is that this current hybrid approach is non-sustainable, and it is too difficult for individuals to navigate when you have children in front of you a couple of days a week. That then changes, and children who are home simultaneous is not viable. It's not a viable option for children or for educators. And so we are working to come up with an option for individuals, but that option will look very different. It's likely to look very different in the fall than it looks now.
All right, thank you very much. And I agree. I think we need to get the children back into the classroom. We heard a lot of the challenges and requests from parents along the way. And are we looking this year at all to get the 11th and 12th graders back, or they're not coming back at all?
Yeah, 11th and 12th grade complex needs students are back, but not the other students, simply because we were focused on those grades that have come back to date. And so, we have no more enrollment opportunities for the 11th and 12th graders. Those opportunities would then restart for summer programming for those young people if they are interested in attending or taking advantage of one of the summer options.
But the activities for the seniors will still be in place as far as graduation and other activities?
Yes, all of those activities are still being planned. We've identified sites for every school to host in-person graduations. Some schools are also hosting proms that are impacting not just seniors, but underclassmen as well. But those are the proms, I must add, are school-based decision, and they're trying to work out the options for providing those opportunities for their students. But every senior will be participating in an in-person graduation this year, and the district has even supplied the caps and gowns for those young people this year.
Well, that's good. That's a great plus that we have this year for our seniors, and nothing's more exciting than being able to graduate and walk down that aisle and receive that piece of paper. So that's exciting to hear. And I want to thank you too for the effort on the sports part of it. I know that wasn't easy too, but we need to give our youth opportunities for extracurricular activities, especially organized activities. And I know Councilmember Thomas was really involved in that, and you guys willing to help push to get that through was really important. We know how important the school is to get kids back into school. We want to do it safe, and I know we're talking in all the questions we asked today about the resources and the money and the buildings and the facilities. We just make sure that they're safe and ready to go for the summer and the fall. I'm just going to have one one other question here, and it's something we talked about 6 years ago, and bringing it back again with the PSSAs and the testing. And my concern is that we're getting kids back into school and we're giving them a couple of weeks of education, and then we're making them take these tests. I have a hard time understanding why we're making them come in, having them in schools, and then the kids that are in schools are taking the test, but the people I guess virtual are not taking the test. And what is the point of us having them do that at this point?
Yeah. So the quick answer, Councilman Swilla, is that the federal monies require it. And so the federal government approved a plan from the state. The state applied for a waiver. That waiver was denied. And so what we're trying to do as the school district is make a good faith effort to provide young people with the opportunity to sit for the state assessments. Families can easily opt out if they so choose, but we have to make a good faith effort because naturally we now have $1.1 billion in American Recovery Act funds and all of our Title I funding. And those monies are designed, in fact, the Secretary said it when he was here, it's important with all of those dollars to understand where children are academically and feel like the state assessments are a part to do that. So long story short, it's just required for us. We're trying to make a good faith effort, but a parent doesn't need, any family can easily opt out by just sending an email to their child's principal.
All right, two things on that. And I know, didn't this year, didn't the students take the Renaissance Star assessments in like reading and math 4 times this year? And isn't that something that we're able to gauge, where they are? And listen, we know where they are, right? A lot of these folks. And so can we use those assessments as a means?
Yeah, no, the state has approved assessments that they actually have to administer to all children across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It's a part of how the state receives the federal dollars that they receive as well. As I indicated before, they asked for a waiver. They requested a waiver from the federal government that was denied, and so school districts then were required, school districts across the Commonwealth were required to administer those. STAR and Ames Web are not state required. That's not a part of a state approved assessment that we use. We're just using it as a formative assessment to give us in-house data about how children are doing throughout the year, and it predicts how children may do on the state assessments.
All right, I know my time's up, and I'll come back. It's just that it's frustrating that we need to use those time for that, and that if we're talking about equity, the people who usually opt out are people who are really engaged and involved, and our immigrant parents and immigrant families. Other folks who are not as engaged do not opt out, and so that also is a problem. But I'll come back to that, and it's just something we really need to look into.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate the point, Councilman Squilla, but as we talk about equity, it's also really important for us to know how well those other young people have done or will do as relates to all the other children in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. All of the districts surrounding us are also taking those assessments. In fact, think of there are 290 districts that are taking them this spring, and of the 500, and then everyone else is planning to take them in the fall. When we asked our school leaders what was the better time, they thought the fall would be a disaster as we were trying to bring children back. We did push the keystones to the fall, but the state assessments give us important information. And we've removed all of the high stakes things that have normally been associated with those. We're not using it for teacher evaluation, school evaluations. We're not using it to enroll in special admit programs. And so it's just information this year that gives us some information about how well children are doing. After a year of remote learning. And so it is important information, but as I indicated before, parents can easily opt out by just contacting the child's principal.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Squilla. Before I recognize Councilwoman Bass, real quickly along those same lines, if a parent particularly the younger, for younger children, if a parent decides that their kid is in kindergarten or first grade and they want them to repeat the grade, how's the school district going to manage it, particularly for kids who have really been impacted and have not been able to learn during this virtual time?
Yeah, we're managing that, Councilwoman, on a case-by-case basis, and so as they are making those requests, we're considering those on a case-by-case basis, and it's not our desire to wholesale retain a lot of young people. They didn't create this problem, and we don't want them to be penalized by that, because we know the detriments to retention long term. However, we do know that there are some extenuating circumstances where that may be appropriate, and so we are considering that on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Council Member Bass and cues up Council Member Ginn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Height, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for your commitment to our children here in Philadelphia. We know that you have a really tough job to do, and you get beat up on pretty badly in this town. But we're passionate about our children. We're very passionate about our kids, as you are too. So I just want to really thank you and your entire team. Of course, Evelyn and the entire crew. I shouldn't call out names because I know I'll forget a whole bunch of people. But, this is not easy. If it was easy, we would have all of the problems fixed, and we wouldn't have to have you on for such a long hearing, which is probably going to take a good part of this day. I wanted to ask you, and I know we had a briefing last week. I thank you very much for the briefing and the information, but I wanted to go on record to talk about some of the issues we talked about last week, particularly around school buildings and the amount of money that we are investing in building new buildings here in Philadelphia. And forgive me, as I mentioned earlier, this has been a long hearing. So if this question was already asked, I do apologize for asking again. But if you could talk to us a little bit about the additional monies that are coming through, and how much of that are we actually going to use to build new facilities, 21st century facilities for our young people who certainly do deserve it. We know that, there's a $2 billion, I think, capital plan in the district. The district is receiving or eligible to receive, I think, over $1.1 billion, $1.14 billion from the federal government through the Biden and Harris administration. And so can you talk about how much of that is going to put the or change the environment that our kids are going to school in? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yes, Councilwoman Bass. Thank you for the question. I'm going to ask Ori to come back on and just talk about the broad categories, particularly in that space, that we plan to do. I know, like this summer alone, we have now targeted like almost $73 million in work that includes multiple things like playgrounds, modernizations, asbestos removal, but there are broader categories as well. And so I'm going to ask Ori to walk us through those broader categories.
Well, Ori, before you go, I just want to add, so, and I get that there's some modernization stuff that we're doing, but, the idea like Pierce, like TM Pierce. Now, we know that Pierce is going to be rebuilt, and we're very grateful for that. We're very appreciative. But the idea that it would have been a rebuild or a modernization project to me is mortifying. Like that, which is, I don't even know how old they are, 70, 80 years old or even more for a lot of these buildings. They really don't function, really spend as much modernizing as you would, in my opinion, putting in a new building. So I'm less interested in modernization because I really, for the district to take on the ownership of building new school buildings. Our kids really deserve it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I think exactly what you're laying out, exactly what we're trying to do with the the basic data, the facilities condition index, because what we're trying to do is, you're correct, that it essentially is a financial calculation and a building calculation of at what point does it cost so much to renovate that you should just build new. And there are some buildings where the core building is in good shape and it actually makes sense and it has the space and the pieces that work well to meet the 21st century education parts. Mm-hmm. And those, it will make more sense from a cost perspective and to put money into kind of doing the core infrastructure within the building, whether it's fixing the buildings, doing the HVAC systems or whatever it is. There are other places, you're absolutely right, where we'll be essentially putting good money after bad if we don't actually do the rebuild. So that's what we're trying to do, is get that information. There's an industry standard for that, and that's what we're doing as part of this data, which will really inform it. I mean, it's not our core expertise, it is the expertise of that, and that's the group that we're using to get us that information, and then we can turn around and say, okay, we'll actually be able to show to the community where it is more cost effective and we can get to where we want to be to rebuild versus to build brand new, to do the renovation. So I think in each case it'll make a difference, but we need that basic data and we need the outside experts to do that exact analysis for us. So I think we're heading in the right direction with what you're saying, and it really is there are the things we want to do this summer that were already planned to make sure the buildings for students going back now. But this whole idea of a longer-term master plan, which how we align the 6-year, the $2 billion, is going to be a data-based, information-based, neighborhood feedback-based, elected official-based review of here's what we want, here's what it should look like. But all of us are in agreement when we have these kind of resources, we don't want to put them in. We don't want to throw good money after bad. We don't want to put them into buildings that really are past their useful life.
So give me some idea of how many school buildings are going to be replaced with these resources. Can you give me an idea of that?
I really don't know until we see that data. I mean, and see how it aligns. And there's also, it takes this is not going to happen in 5 years and 6 years. I mean, people have talked about, what DC did in their plan, and that started in the 90s, and they now have 75% of their current buildings have been either rehabbed or replaced. So that's I believe we can do that more quickly, and I believe we have the resources to do it more quickly. But until we actually see the data and are able to lay out that plan, I don't think I could make even an educated guess on what a number of new buildings would look like.
Okay. Back to when we had our briefing, and one of the things we talked about was how woefully inadequate these buildings are, where I think you mentioned somebody was making microwave popcorn and it shut down much of the so much of the building, with the electrical system just being overloaded. And so, like this, it's just totally, it doesn't work anymore. This doesn't work. And so it doesn't work for our kids anymore. And that's why I think that we're getting some of the outcomes, at least that we're getting. We can't expect not to make any sort of investment in their learning environment, and that they should always have to survive and they should always have to thrive, despite and no matter what. Our kids just they deserve better than this. So I just wanted to put that out. And so if you could get to the chair a list of, what's in the pipeline now. How many schools are actually in the pipeline now for new buildings, renovated buildings? And I'll come back on the second round. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Bass. Again, thank you everyone for all your patience. I'm going to recognize Councilmember Gim and then queue up Councilmember Johnson. If I've not had any member on the first round, please put it in the chat room before I move to the second round. Councilmember Gim, thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. My oldest daughter was just entering kindergarten when the state of Pennsylvania took over the Philadelphia Public Schools, and this year my youngest will be graduating from high school. So this has been quite a journey as a public school parent, now as a city council member, And a lot of my work, I think, will be focused on ensuring that a new generation of young people will stay as engaged and active and persistent around a lot of these issues, which I know have been longstanding for years and years. So I just want to thank you for all of that. My first set of questions is about things that several other council members have talked about, which is the importance of managing the facilities money. And, you know, I know that this work is going to be ongoing, but one of the things that we have struggled with has been about oversight, transparency, and ensuring that many of the different actors are at the table. Now, the School District of Philadelphia has had a pretty good model, actually, which has been the Lead, Paint, and Plaster Task Force that was created. A number of participants have felt that it's been a good model of engagement. People feel like there's a significant amount of oversight. There's more discipline with it. Are you willing to take a look at expanding the work of the Lead, Paint, and Plaster Task Force to expand to include some of the new facilities work that is going on, and perhaps even welcome new members into it, which will allow the district to build on what's already been successful, and ensure that there's a lot more, I think, disciplined attention to the facilities developments and modernization issues?
Councilman Kim, thank you for the question. And the answer is yes, we actually attempted to do that with the expansion of the Environmental Advocacy Committee. And it's made up of those groups that you just described, but it's also inclusive of a lot more individuals from in and around the city as well. So we have attempted to do that with the Environmental Advisory Commission, and that we've established. It's much larger, but to your point, it provides us with some oversight. It also has the voices of the individuals who are impacted by what is happening in these schools, and they provide critically important recommendations on ways to communicate, ways to make things more clearer. So to your point, yes, we're always interested in just getting better at that process.
So I think what the gap is that I agree with you that the Environmental Oversight Environmental Advisory Committee has the right individuals in place who could do more work. I think the question is that right now they are advisory. They're an input primarily kind of group. And the question that a lot of council members have had and a number of school communities that we visited have had is that there is the teeth that the current lead, paint, and plaster task force currently has that is more aggressively about oversight through a process and on the back end, as much as it is an input level type of area. So the question is there an ability to expand the work of the Environmental Advisory Task Force, expand it to include some of the facilities work because it has the current oversight through a process, and on the back end, which is quality control, and maybe include some of the members of the Environmental Advisory Committee. I would keep the Environmental Advisory Committee because I think it's important to have a front end and easier entry, but we need some more teeth on the back end, and that's really the question.
Yeah, so we're certainly interested in making sure that whatever process we use is the process that everyone has an ability to trust. And it is also making sure that we have a group that is inclusive of like all of the communities that we serve. And so, yes, we would certainly give consideration to creating the type of committee that provides a level of oversight for the work. That's the whole point of this advisory commission, to provide for some oversight of the work.
Oversight and direction, I think, is one of the key efforts. We haven't done a full debrief on, the Ben Franklin situation, but that in particular should underscore the reasons why we want to have a more aggressively, an environmental oversight task force as opposed to like an advisory level task force. We'll continue to follow up. I know that there are, my colleague, Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, has been a real advocate on this, as well as other members of our committee. The second area that I want to ask you about is about drawing young people back into the school system. We have talked significantly about the loss of young people, the migration over to cyber charters, for example, and the importance of re-engaging young people. This is not like can we fill up chairs in September and just leave it at that? But this is like about the district's ability to use some of the dollars that we've got to really invest in a re-engagement, outreach, and rebuilding strategy for our schools. I had a chance to visit an elementary school this morning, and they've seen their numbers just really plummet, and they're very anxious about re-engagement, and they need assistance to be able to do that. So what is the district-specific strategy on how we're going to bring young people back and to ensure attendance once school returns in person throughout the entirety of the year and continue to grow the district?
Yeah, so thank you. And we know that re-engagement is going to be a critically important issue because, to your point, we've had some that have just disengaged for a variety of reasons, and know that we're going to have to spend a lot of time and attention with this notion of re-engagement. And that's why we have focused like the additional supports, particularly around trauma and behavioral health, to specific schools that are dealing with these issues. Also, the social and emotional learning emphasis that we're doing with climate staff and attendance coaches and other individuals who will be doing this work directly with families is also really important as well. And so, as a district, we plan to actively reach out in the form of home visits, in the form of contacting individuals that may know these families. Quite frankly, the best individuals who are the closest with the families are those individuals working with schools. So we have to make schools first, and then working with those school staff members, using supports that we're adding, that we're adding. This is really all hands on deck to ensure that these families in school. We also work well students that need different schedules, and because in some cases, some of the schedules in this remote or hybrid environment have been better for some young people, and we want to maintain those things that have worked in some cases so that we don't lose those children those students when we're bringing everyone back to a full in-person process.
I have a second round set of questions, but my request would be if the district could send over in clear detail what exactly is the plan for re-engagement and for staffing, specifically detailing additions and changes from last year. My issue is that as we go out into some of the schools and as they are, slowly trying to bring young people back right now for hybrid, you've got schools that have maybe a 25% return rate on the hybrid model even. They actually do need help getting out, and the current staff are addressing current needs. So it's not clear what I'm hearing on the ground who exactly is going to be charged with re-engagement. So if you could send that over about who exactly is charged with the work of re-engagement. And I understand it's an all hands on deck, but we've done this before where we say when it's everybody's job, it's actually nobody's job. And so, who it is really important to us, and about what time is going to be allotted for them to think that through. The second area, and just, to clarify, just to clean up for my last question, is that, on the earlier question about the expansion of the lead paint advisory task force, the council body, along with Catherine Gilmore Richardson and other members, sent over a letter in February asking for clarity about the process. So we are asking for something more than just consideration. We're actually asking what the plan is, and at this point we need to define what the process is for oversight and quality control on facilities management, and not just about whether there's a consideration of it. So that would be helpful for us. And Madam Chair, I'll come back on my second round.
So Madam Chair, before you go to the next council person, so just two responses to Councilman Kim's question. To the Environmental Advisory Commission, that is intended as an advisory and oversight role. So we'll get you that information, but it is meant as an oversight group, and it was built from the oversight that we had from the lead paint group that was because that worked really well. And so oversight is a key component of that. It's not just advisory. On the second point, in terms of engagement, so I also want to be really clear on this issue, because I think the point you made is important, that the first level of re-engagement starts with schools. And so schools are responsible for the re-engagement. And then through the Office of Student Support Services, we have a lot of structure set up to help support them in that re-engagement space. And so where they cannot connect, then they reach out to the team in Student Support Services. And then that team then employs its resources to help the school to re-engage. And so those resources could be everything from a district-based coach that's going out, a behavioral health counselor, DHS, and others that are then trying to contact and re-engage with that family.
Yeah, I understand. I don't want to do too much of a back and forth, but we have asked for school-based truancy homeschool liaisons for a while now, and I think that's the question. Like, we need to go door to door for some of our families. It's not clear who at the school is actually tagged with doing the door-to-door work. We have part-time individuals. We used to have, as you know, Council Member, Madam Chair, we used to have CISLs and, community coordinators, and these are all they're kind of diffuse right now. So I'd like to hear from the district who actually are these door knockers. They're going to bring families back in, because I would say that the school-based level, school to school, is hard for the schools to understand who they are sending out into the community, especially at the elementary school level, to bring them back in, and especially for the small elementary schools, the 300s and 400 student schools. So I know that I'm over time, but Madam Chair, I'll pursue this on my second round. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. And let us not let that opportunity to re-engage, as we did in the past, as you mentioned, hiring parents and other folks who are great community ambassadors to serve as part of those teams. I think this is an opportunity. I think we're going to have to make investments in that, to everyone's point. If we want people coming back, as we've noted from the opening, we still have people very, very concerned. And I think just like with our vaccination, the next 30% of the people are going to have to be talked to 12 different times to get engaged. And we may need to do that as it relates to kids coming back to schools. So, yeah, let's continue that conversation. The chair's going to recognize Councilmember Johnson and then queue up our second round, which will be 4 minutes versus the 7 minutes. So, Councilmember Johnson.
Hey, thank you very much. Madam Chair, I want to first acknowledge Dr. Height. Thank you for your hard work and your dedication. Sticking and staying and working with our young people here in the city of Philadelphia. I want to also acknowledge Evelyn Sample Oates and thank her for always taking my phone calls beyond work hours, even on the weekends, as it relates to addressing school district related issues. I just have a couple questions I want to ask. The first one would be, thank you for creating a new position around gun violence as it impacts our students, and I want to know, is that position separate or going to be different than former Deputy Commissioner Kevin Bethel's position, and what would that position entail? And then the second part of my question is, when I know you want to create an Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and as I mentioned, when we met in my office last week around the budget, I hear everybody's talking about diversity and inclusion and equity right now after the death of George Floyd. It's kind of like the buzzword, the kind of woke thing to do. And so I'm kind of looking for some concrete solutions around diversity, equity, and inclusion. So could you provide, or can Ori provide, the percentage of Black and brown vendors, procurement services, as well as workforce as it relates to school district projects? And then the second part of that question, again, around diversity, equity, and inclusion is, what's the school district strategy plan? What have you been doing to increase the participation of African-American Black male teachers in the school district? Actually, can you provide numbers of African-American men and women in the Philadelphia public school system?
Thank you, Councilman Johnson. I'm going to ask Karen Lynch to come on and talk about specifically what the counselors would do in response to the gun violence issue. And then I'll have Ori answer your second question, and then I can answer your third.
So thank you, Dr. Haight. Thank you, Councilman.
And a shout out, excuse me, just want to give a shout out to Karen Lynch as well. Took a trip with me, Dr. Haight, the greatest for it, to talk to young men who would change their lives and want to make a connection to address the issue of gun violence here in the street of Philadelphia. Probably the first time a city administrator, besides either the mayor or state representatives in terms of elected officials, actually said, you know what, I'm going to go into prison walls and kind of address these issues so we can make that connection with returning citizens, with the students here in the city of Philadelphia. Karen, I definitely want to acknowledge that because, again, that's not often what we see when it comes to professionalism and engaging a certain population that we need to save our youth. Go ahead, Karen.
I'm glad you mentioned that because our fathers are there and fathers need to stay in touch with their children. And so the opportunity to be able to help make that happen and to solidify, that opportunity for men who are incarcerated and away from their children is absolutely important. The behavioral health counselors and our school counselors are working together with other teams to address the trauma that students are experiencing. As students experience gun violence, it's extremely important for them to be able to know that they are an individual within their school or individuals within their school that they can relate to, that they can have communication with, and the psychosocial skills that a counselor has are extremely important for having group discussions, discerning the behaviors of a student or child in the school, and recognizing that that what they're really experiencing is related to trauma. So that's just a very, very brief answer for how the position is used, the influence that it has, and the importance that it has with this particular issue. But I stress that these positions are part of a team that works together with others.
Thanks, Karen. Ori, can you respond to the councilman's second question?
Yes, I tried. Good afternoon, Councilman. So I can give you the data for year to date, which is actually going to be released on Friday as part of our quarterly report. But of the total dollars awarded, which is about $97.2 million year to date, 44.4 million or 47% was awarded to MWBE vendors. And we want to break that down further. Construction contract awards almost mirrors that. That's about 64.5 million and almost 30 million to MWBE, which is about 46%. Of our construction professional service contract awards, 65% were awarded to MWBEs. And of the other professional service contract awards, which is about $10 million of the total awards, about 12% went to MWBEs. And again, that's year to date, so through March 31st for the first 3 quarters of this year.
And Councilman, thank you, Ori. And then Councilman, to your third question, with you wanted specific data around Black male teachers. We've seen a slight increase in the percentage of Black male teachers. And I'd indicated earlier that 16-17, we had about 370 non-Black male teachers. That represents about 4.4% of the total teacher workforce. This past year, that number is 460 non-Black male teachers, representing 5.1% of the total workforce. And then we've also seen an increase in Black male school leaders. These are climate managers, assistant principals, and they black males representing 22.6% of the total SDP administration workforce. And then that has gone now to 24% of the workforce. So it went from 87 in those administrative positions to 125. And while I'm on this point, the Councilwoman Parker asked a question earlier. I know that Councilman Johnson, but this relates to that. And she asked a question about how many teachers live in Philadelphia. We know that 51% of our teachers live in the city, and the teacher gender breakdown is female. 74% are female, and 26% are male.
And is there a strategy to increase people of color, particularly African American males, as we move forward, to reflect what the demographics here in the city of Philadelphia to the best, as much as we can possible?
Yeah, yes, sir. It is a strategy, and there are three. There are actually more. There's like 5 things that we're doing to actually increase. One is intentional teacher recruitment, and beyond a general teacher recruitment campaign, we now have a campaign, www.teachinphilly.com, and it gives profiles of teachers that we share with potential candidates. We work, and I've said this before, we work with all the historically black colleges and universities around the country and community organizations on recruitment efforts. So we're actually partnering with communities. In addition, pipelines, looking at expanding their pipelines to teaching. And the reason we're doing that, Councilman, is because the research shows that teachers of color are more likely to enter the teaching workforce through a pathway other than the traditional preparation program. So we're working with programs like the Teacher Residency Program, the Relay Graduate School of Education, Temple University. So a lot of individuals. And then Pipelines to Leadership, created an Aspiring Principals program that we've launched last year, and it really is focused on making sure that we have individuals of color who are going into the leadership. And then we're providing preparation for licensure exams. And so there are nationally higher percentages of Black and Hispanic candidates are not successful on the licensure test. So we're providing support in those areas. And then we're also really focused on the student teacher work and working with the Center on Black Educator Development. That's Sharif El-Meki's organization, and partnering with those individuals to help train and prepare those teachers who are student teachers to come and stay in their work.
Well, as I wrap, I just want to thank you, Dr. Height, for your focus in this particular area, and hopefully we'll have the opportunity to use this time in history as a moment, really, to aggressively address this issue. I think pretty much everyone on this phone, on the Zoom call, or on the Zoom hearing, particularly all of us who are elected officials and those who aren't, but all of us who are professional, know the important critical value of getting a quality education, right? Because it totally changed all of our lives to allow us to do the things that we're doing, and most importantly, to provide for our families. And I'm even pushing, hopefully the Biden administration will zero in on this particular issue and provide that level of support to school administrators and school personnel across the city, not only across the city of Philadelphia, but also across our country. That's what I really want to get to the point of, and make this a priority, because this is the only thing that levels the playing field, right? And I learned, in undergrad from my mentors that, you can take a whole lot of things away from people, but not the achievement in education. You're never going to take my master's degree away from me. You're never going to take my BA degree away from me. You can take a JD from someone. You can suspend them from practicing law, but you're not going to take away the educational achievement that you may take in this particular field. And so I just want to thank you and just want to, commend you for your work around this particular issue, because that's the way that we help our young people. That's the way we get them out of poverty and address senseless gun violence. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Along those lines, Superintendent, Is there any discussion at the national level about revisiting some of the challenges around licensing and other biases that we know have existed and have limited the people's ability to get into education or transfer into education after having completed a different type of career? Any discussions?
Yeah, those discussions have now restarted, Madam Chair, and we are in conversations that I'm having with my colleagues on a weekly basis from around the country. This issue has come up almost everywhere, particularly as it relates to the licensure agreements and those things associated with praxis and other really important barriers that then many individuals are not able to overcome. And so we've started to do some work there, but it is looking at other pipelines that provide individuals with the experience and the support. And I would also add that the best candidates for our workforce are individuals who are already working in our communities, who may be from those communities, but they're not yet teachers, and providing the support for those individuals, like our classroom assistants and other individuals who are working in and around to support young people, that providing those individuals with access to the opportunities we've also found to be very beneficial. And then those individuals end up staying much longer than individuals who just come out of programs and who may be new to the area.
Thank you. Again, just for the record, we're the only state in the United States without a bilingual teaching certificate and not recognizing some of the structural, institutional, racist practices, right, that lead to challenges in our ability to recruit people of color. We have to recognize that, and we're at that intersection. And so not having conversations around licensure, and this is for all professional areas. Pennsylvania has been one of the more stricter states and lack some of the reciprocity agreements that we've seen other states utilize to diversify and bring different schools of thought. So, yeah, this is something we should keep our eye on. I don't know if Councilmember Thomas is available. I know he had to step away for a minute and come back. If not, I'd like to queue up Councilmember Kathleen Gilmore Richardson and then Councilmember Jones, and I'll come back to Councilmember Thomas.
I'm here, Councilmember Sanchez.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was trying to.
No, you're the best. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, Councilmember Thomas, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Madam Chair. My questions are back to the school board, and I want to look at some of the things that were said earlier in the statement. Again, I talked about the fact that there was not a lot of positivity or a lot of positive mentions when talking about Black-led institutions. Again, we heard a lot about accountability and reports and, making sure that bad actors are caught, and we didn't hear anything about good. At the same time, myself and other council members and Councilmember Jones talked earlier about this idea of dismantling the cradle to prison. Dismantling the school to prison pipeline, which comes from Marian Wright Edelman and her work out of the Children's Defense Fund that advocated around dismantling the cradle to prison pipeline. And so this issue around institutional racism, specifically in the world of education, is something that has reigned prevalent in the city of Philadelphia. And myself and other members of council have adamantly communicated issues to the school board, to unfortunately which we're not seeing the level of action that we would like to see. I heard earlier in the testimony that there's a plan to be an independent review board, and an independent review process. And I'm wondering if someone from the board could speak to this independent review process, because in the midst of making this recommendation, one of the things that we asked as council members was that this be done in a way that was transparent and that was inclusive. And based on what we're hearing so far, that does not seem to be the direction that we're going in. So I'm wondering if someone can, on the school board side, can tell us who do they have planned to do this independent review, and how can we assure that it's done in a way that's transparent, fair, and equitable?
Councilman, I'll take the first shot at that. This is Joyce Wilkerson. I'll take the first shot at that, and then turn it over to other board members. We've constituted a committee comprised of me, Mr. Streeter, Ms. Lisa Sally, and Dr. MacGyver, in order to
take a constructive and critical look at our charter authorizing, and more specifically the impact it has on minority-led, founded and led charter schools. And because we do think there's a real role for these schools, and that we want to make sure that we tackle any specific instances of discrimination, but also take a look at the broader issues that we think are inherent in the charter school system that have that operate differently for minority-led charter schools. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Streeter. Are you still there, Mr. Streeter?
Yes, I am here.
You want to talk about what our approach is, and then also have Lisa and Angela weigh in, because they're the other committee members.
Well, I will say that our approach is to obviously, I'll be the first to say, based upon my conversations and being in the same space with board members, that we do hold high Black charter schools and the role that they play. We do understand that there is a pedagogical plus for Afrocentric, so if we're talking about the Black charter schools paradigm being taught in schools. But the board does also believe that we can walk and chew gum at the same time, and also focus on, standards, educational standards. So with that being said, as Councilmember Thomas has mentioned, there are issues, and we've heard those issues. We've been in meetings with Councilmember Thomas, and we are taking a pragmatic approach. I guess as a lawyer, I'm kind of looking at this as an attorney, and we're trying to find the exact examples and the exact accusations of discriminatory conduct, so they can be investigated. And
I think
at this time,
Chair, if I could just point of clarification, I think that we did provide numerous examples of instances that have taken place, and it's unfortunate that my time is up, but it seems like every time this issue comes up, we kind of just do a dance without having real tangible takeaways. I'm glad that folks are looking into it, but when it comes to taking corrective action on these type of institutions, we always move swift and effectively, and we get it done. But when it comes time to talk about rectifying problems of the past or providing support systems moving forward, there's always a slow crawl. And I think that I'm just going to have to keep pushing and come back for a third round. And maybe on the third round, we can possibly gain some traction, or maybe if one of my colleagues continue to question this issue, we can gain some traction on direction that we can go in. But right now, it just seems like we're not going anywhere.
Point of information.
Yes, the chair recognizes Councilmember Jones.
Thank you. To my colleague's point, how many charter schools have been closed over the last 4 years?
I can get you that exact number. I don't have it right in front of me. But we acknowledge. Whoa.
Because it's only a point of information. And then look at the disproportionate amount of African American charter schools that have been closed. And there is a thing, and I understand you're an attorney, called disparate impact. And whether or not you think you are racist, but if your policy impacts disparately a group of people, then it is in fact discrimination. And I would then juxtapose that with that school to prison pipeline, and that there is a thing called cultural competency that plays a part of any evaluation. So if you're looking at how you do apples to apples comparisons of schools, I would suggest that can't be, because I've been in every one of my schools in my district, every one. And I know there's some that are open that should not be, and there's some that you closing that you should not. And if you take some charter schools in certain areas and then compare them to Central or Girls High, that is not an apples to apples comparison. And if you do that in a way over time that has the impact that it's having, then at some point somebody's going to call you on it. And if it's about our babies, and I say that again, if it's about our babies, let the chips fall where they may, but let the chips be fair where they fall. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that unusual point of clarification. Thank you. Just, I think for the purposes, and I want to recognize that I know Councilmember Thomas was waiting patiently for this. Again, we're encouraged, and we're continuing. This is an ongoing conversation that both Councilmember Jones and Thomas and others have been part of. So, just for the purposes of the record, Madam President, can you just clarify? I mean, there's an agreement that there's going to be an investigation. Can you, for the record, give us a timeline for that and how you see this person being selected and how that person is going to engage the members? I think that's what Councilmember Thomas wants on the record.
Well, we have sent a letter to Councilman Thomas and to you, Madam Chair, with the board's commitment to pursue this issue. We intend to identify an outside person to undertake an investigation of all the data. And so, what schools have been closed, why they've been closed, not just the minority schools, but the majority schools, to make sure that we understand and have accurate information in front of us. We want to collect the specific incidents, all the specific incidences of discrimination, so we can have people investigate the specific issues. We want to take a look. There've been parties coming forward saying we disrespect minority charter schools and how we talk to them and how we approach them. We're prepared to take a look at the email communications that have gone back and forth to figure out what's happening and whether or not we need training. But we also want to take a look at the overarching issues that there are problems with the charter school law in Pennsylvania that make it difficult to allocate resources in a way that makes sense overall. And so we want to take a look at that. We've begun outreach conversations to identify the parties that can do the kind of factual analysis we need. We'll share the information. We want to be transparent because we won't move the ball forward unless we are transparent with both the data that's collected and the selection process for identifying somebody. It may not be one party, it may be a number of parties, a party that can do the analytical work, another party that can do the legal analysis to figure out the discrimination. Our goal is to move aggressively, so we've begun looking for the appropriate party. Would hope to have, I don't have the timeline in front of me, hope to have the initial analysis done sometime this winter. I want to set up an oversight committee that would meet for 2 years to make sure that this, that we don't drop the ball and that we really drive towards a constructive outcome. But we shared a letter last week, I believe. We can reshare the letter to all council members so that, and we'll make sure that it's a part of this record so that folk have documented what it is that we're committing.
Thank you. I'm sure Councilmember Thomas on his third round will drill down a little bit more. If you could get the timeline, I think it's important for the record that the timeline be highlighted, and okay. We can add the letter we can circulate the letter and also add it for the record. Chair recognizes Councilmember Catherine Gilmore Richardson and cues up Councilmember Jones. Again, we're on a 4-minute cycle. So if you want to ask more concise questions for your answers or to get them on the record. As Council President noted, questions have been collected by our members. And we want to make sure that if people have additional questions that we send them over to the administration for answers and to be added for the record. I just want to also advise folks that we have about 44 people to testify at 3:00, and we still have community college in queue before 3:00. So thank you very much. And at some point, we'll have to give our stenographer a break. So thank you, everyone, for your patience.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, and thank you to our tech team and the stenographer and all those working real hard behind the scenes so that we can have this hearing. I wanted to circle back to some questions that Councilmember Gim had regarding the letter that I sent over to you, Dr. Height, back on February 1st regarding the Environmental Advisory Committee. And, you know, as chair of Council's Committee on the Environment, where we have been convening 60 plus groups on a monthly basis now over the past year, I do appreciate the focus on environmental quality of our school facilities. But in that letter, and I think this is what Councilmember Ginn was alluding to, I had asked for specifics that I want to ensure we receive commitments around and that you all are actually committing to oversight and ensuring that the PFT will be involved with that. So, you know, in the letter, I specifically noted the issues around converting the paint and plaster task force into the EAC, including additional constituencies. I had information in here regarding the selection process and prioritizing environmental justice and diverse participation and ensuring that the process is transparent and prioritizing the committee's work and recommendations. And I'll have to say for the record that Hania has been in constant communication with my office and keeping us updated around the meeting minutes and sort of the quarterly meetings. But I do think it's important to get on the record for this hearing today some of the specific things that I asked about in the letter and what you all are committing to as it relates to the EAC. I think you're on mute.
I was. So
there it is. Okay.
I was trying to get off, and I'm going to, Councilwoman, thank you for the question, and we are committing to the oversight of that work. We are committing to including all individuals who were a part of those earlier groups. The whole goal around the environmental this environmental advisory group was to provide for more voice from individuals who were from multiple areas in the city, not all concentrated in one area. We are committed to the I think I already said the PFT being a part of this work. And so.
And can you, Dr. Height, I apologize for the interruption. We only have 4 minutes. Can you detail what that will look like, meaning the involvement and exactly from the letter what you all are committing to? And I know you included additional constituencies, but what is the level of involvement and engagement, particularly for the PFT? How are we prioritizing environmental justice? Because I've been hearing this from all the groups that we interface with, some of whom may be involved with the EAC. And then how do you prioritize the work of the committee and all the recommendations that you'll receive? Like, how are we sort of from a timeline perspective finalizing that work?
Yeah, and if we have Reggie McNeil on, Chief of Operations, who kind of runs, he coordinates the efforts around the advisory committee. If he could come on and give some specifics to your response. Thank you. Reggie, thank you.
Yep. Good afternoon, Council President and board members. Council members. I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to come in and talk about the Environmental Advisory Committee. We really thought it was an important committee to stand up, and we did incorporate and we did invite members that also participated in the lead-based committee before the establishment of the EAC. So in that committee, we review all of the work that's going on within our facilities that cover things like indoor air quality, lead-based paint, HERE inspections, and where we stand with all our environmental work for asbestos removals in our schools. And we provide an update to all the EAC members. We asked them for their input. We asked them what we need to do better in order to get the information out to other community members. The EAC is actually made up of community members that represent the councilmanic districts, all 10. We have a primary, and then we have an alternative. We also included all of the union members and asked them to come on board. So we have CASA representation. We've invited PFT. They signed up as a primary and also as an alternate. And we also had 32 BJ members that are on the board. So we've had our inaugural meeting in January, and we just had our second meeting last month. We have these meetings are held quarterly. And again, we show out everything in which we're doing in our schools to address the environmental concerns across the district.
And Reggie, to that point, and I want to make best use of my 4 minutes. I heard Dr. Height in conversation with my colleague, Councilmember Green, earlier regarding the app that's utilized and that the school district, does not have access to that app. So how do you all get the responses or concerns from the app, and how do you respond to them? Meaning, wouldn't you need access to it to get the information so that you could adequately respond?
Yes, we would, but the information that comes from the PFT app comes through the PFT, and they let us know what the problems are that they're seeing on the app. We have no other way of having direct input that comes to us from that PFT app.
Okay, so then when you receive the information, then you can respond to the information that's in the app. Meaning, what I'm trying to figure out is, how do you interface so that you know what the issues are so that you can address issues? Meaning, once the information, someone submits information to the app, the PFT receives it, then what? How do you get the information so that you could address it? And it all ties into sort of how you're prioritizing the work of the committee, but also just the overall work in the environmental issues happening in the school.
Well, two things. First, we have our own process that we follow to address all of our environmental concerns in our schools. Any imminent hazards, any other things that we discovered when we've done our building walkthroughs, our hearing inspections. So we have our own process that we follow. This supplements our process by just getting information into us from using the PFT app. So again, the PFT app is something that's utilized by the union, and they have a representative, usually it's Mr. Steinberg, that will send an information over to us to say, hey, what are you guys doing about this particular issue? We immediately respond to that. And then we follow back with the PFT, the chief of staff and myself, about any issues that they've addressed to us.
I heard the bell, and I want to be respectful of my time, and thank you, Madam Chair. But if we could, for the record, get something in writing, a response on when you receive any of those app issues, how you respond to it, sort of, how long, and when are the last issues that you received, and have you followed up? Okay, because I think that's all related to this whole EAC process, which is why we were trying to make it, as transparent as possible so that folks don't feel as though things are going unaddressed. And I think that's some of the concern that we have now. So if we could just get something in writing to the chair to help us understand the district's interface with the app, how you respond to the issues presented, and how long it takes to get a response back, that would be helpful. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have additional questions around workforce development. I will submit them in writing because of the time frame we have today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Height, Mr. McNeil, and team.
Thank you. Thank you. And Reggie, before you leave, I think one of the things that I don't know if you got an opportunity to hear what Councilmember Brooks had suggested. I think one of the things that we're going to have to work on is, how does information get communicated? And sometimes it's as simple as put it in the website. I would subscribe and say, there should be a place in the school office where people can see that there are pending work orders and sort of a timeline, right? So that people are communicated. Because I think that's what we're trying to get to. And I think you heard that 2 weeks ago from some of the shop stewards in the building. Someone puts in a complaint. People don't know what the status report is. Did it get reported? Did it not get reported? And so we need to use all these tools to kind of close that loop. Yeah, put it on the website. Here's some pending issues, maybe at the school-based level, so parents can become familiar with the work that's being conducted. I think what we learned last year, pre-COVID, with some of the asbestos-lead challenges at some of the schools, these small work-based, school-based committees were very helpful in communicating and closing that loop. So we'll continue to talk about this, because I think it's an area that we should not waste the fact that we're doing so much to tell the story. And we got to get better about telling the story about what is actually moving, because there's people working really hard and advocating for this. So I thank you, Reggie, and we'll continue to work with you and the school-based leadership to figure out how we close all those loops. Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilmember Jones and cues up Councilmember Bass and then Councilmember Gim. Councilmember Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry. Real quick, couple of things, and it won't take long. What is the criteria for which charter schools are evaluated? And then what is the process by which you compare them to comparable schools?
So we have a framework that we use to evaluate charter schools. It takes into account academic performance, financial management, and operations. Under academic, so I'll get back to academic performance. Under operations, we're looking at things like, has the school completed background checks? We're looking at, under financial management, we're looking at things like, audits being submitted timely. We look at debt coverage. We look at a lot of indicators to figure out whether or not an organization is financially stable. In the academic realm, we're considering a number of things. We're considering how the school compares against schools within the district, other charter schools, but we also have a category called similar schools. And that's where we compare schools that have the same kind of, I don't want to misstate, the same demographics.
And challenges?
Yeah, we're looking at population served. And so we go well beyond what is actually authorized in charter school law and in our similar schools comparison. And I think that's an area that we can take a deeper look at, because I know that not everybody's satisfied with that category. Some people think that it drives the standard too low, that we ought to be aspiring to higher academic performance, that we believe that was the promise of the whole charter school initiative. So those are the kinds of issues we want to investigate. At the very least, we'll develop a shared understanding of what's going on and whether or not it's fair and calculated to drive improved academic performance across the board. That's the part of the framework. Those are how the three pieces fit together.
So under the evaluation, and I'd love to know how you weight each category, but in those comparisons, apples to apples, do you include public schools?
Yes.
And in that judgment, are they comparable? Because the complaint I've gotten is that you'll take a high-performing school that might have special admit and evaluate it against a charter that gets what they get. If you understand what I mean.
Yeah, we can provide the details of exactly how things are weighted. I don't have that in front of me, and exactly how it is we constitute similar schools. We're willing to share all of that. It's public information. It's on our website, but willing to sit with you, have public meetings to review that data and the kind of impact it has on student outcomes. Because one of the things that we'd like to have come out of it is to align our charter work with our work around goals and guardrails, so that it's clear to everybody where we're trying to go with public education in Philadelphia, as we focus on trying to improve student achievement.
While on that note, Ms. Wilkerson, and I thank you for your dedication to education in the city of Philadelphia. I don't think we say that enough because of your great amount you get paid every, I understand that. But I would be interested in comparing what are the absentee rates of schools in my district charter to public, public to charter, and to see about how did they fare under the work and study at home by way of absenteeism and school performance based on that. And so I think those will kind of give you some insight to, you know, are we fairly comparing things? And then what I would like to know is, as we talk about those enhancement programs for young people during the summer, is there equal distribution among all classes of students, irrespective of whether to go to a charter or a public?
Well, in terms of some of the summer programming and the federal funding, the charter schools are getting their own federal funding. So charter schools in Philadelphia will be getting over $700 million in federal funds that flow directly from the federal government to the state government to the charter schools. So we're not involved in those funds or programming those funds, although I believe a lot of the activities that the district will be providing are going to be available to children in Philadelphia in general, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Haidt. So we're putting a lot of time and energy into restorative practices, providing experiences for the children that, you know, whether it's sports or, you know, working with our partners around the arts, those kinds of offerings are going to be made available to all children in Philadelphia. But
so I got to end on a positive. I am so thankful to the school district for stepping up to the plate, providing food in uncertain times at great risk to the unknown of the health of their staff. And but for the predictability of some of those meals, I don't know if many of our kids would have eaten. I guess my final question is, how are we transitioning from work at home, laptops, to the mandate of coming back to schools? Are we going to keep the connectivity to the internet? How is that going to work?
Yes, it is our goal to continue with both with the technology, Councilman Jones, and the connectivity. And so, as I indicated earlier this morning, we are now a one-to-one district, and making sure we continue to utilize and support those resources that now our children have. Now, many of our educators have been trained on while we're still all learning to do this work, and we want to take those things that have worked well with utilizing that level of technology and continue those things even as we bring young people back to school.
I know, Madam Chair, there were jealous people in Montgomery County over your ability to get laptops for kids. I know this, heard it myself. And so it made me a little proud. I want young people in Montgomery County to be able to have resources, but for once in a great many times, we were on the cutting edge. And we had the advantage to be able to get those kinds of materials to our students. And I was proud of that fact. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I look
Thank you, Councilman.
Wrong.
Thank you,
I'm president.
Councilmember Jones. We have queued up Councilmember Bass and then Councilmember Gim. And then on third round, we have Councilman Thomas. For folks who are just joining us, as I mentioned earlier, we still have to listen to the testimony of Community College. I see some of the members and leadership team of Community College signing on, and we have 44 people registered to testify as part of the school district at 3 o'clock. So two more 4-minute rounds, and then Councilmember Thomas is going to ask any of my colleagues who want to submit questions in writing so that we can ensure for the record that all questions are answered. Please do so through our council tech staff, and we will make sure that every question is answered. So with that, Councilmember Bass.
Good afternoon again. seeing our meetings, and I had some questions around when the school district closed as a result of COVID. Initially, it was my understanding that we ended up closing not because of the effects of COVID on Philadelphia, but we closed because we lost so many teachers in Montgomery County who had been hard hit with COVID. And so as teachers went out, the ripple effect was the school district of Philadelphia closed. So what kind of measures are we taking to mitigate that, to avoid that from happening again? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
You're getting cut off from time to time, so I don't know if it's your connection. We'll try again before. If not, we may have to ask you to log back on in.
I think I just a question, Councilwoman Bass, and so I heard you say we originally closed because the governor did a stay-at-home order for the surrounding counties, and then yes, you're right. So we had to close as a result of that, and we were thinking at the time that it would be a 2-week duration, but then they extended it. And then the governor closed all schools in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, if you recall. So it started with the circumstances surrounding the counties, but then it quickly became an order for all school districts to close. One of the things that we've done to mitigate this moving forward is to be in constant communication, not just with the state office, but through PDPH, all of the health commissioners from the surrounding areas as well, so that we understand what's impacting everyone. Unique to Pennsylvania, they address this almost from a county by county perspective, which made it a little difficult to coordinate. But we've tried to mitigate that by ensuring that we stay in constant communication with PDPH, who is in constant communication with their colleagues in the counties, as well as the state health office and the State Department of Education.
I'm sorry. But I want to get a few more of my questions before my time runs out. So my question is, what are we doing moving forward? And I'm thinking specifically of the fact that so many of our teachers and educators live in Montgomery County. Is there incentive or work that we're doing to have more of our so that I mean, not necessarily is happening again, but at the same time, we didn't the first time, and so how do we,
Councilwoman, you're going in and out again.
We never have that kind of effect again. Okay.
You were going in and out.
You know what? I will.
Your question. Yeah, sorry.
Why don't I put my questions in writing? real quick. Okay. All right. So real quick, back to, I realized that the chair said that CCP was actually teeing up. Can you just talk about the program that allows our students to graduate with an associate's degree from CCP? And is it also from other colleges as well? And what are we doing to expand that?
Thank you for that question. I don't know why that one came through nicely. And I'll be thrilled to talk about this. And this is the program, the Parkway Center City Middle College, and the Middle College is one of its kind in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and it is here in the school district of Philadelphia, and it allows young people to enroll in high school. And the population that they have targeted are first generation students who are going to college for the first time. And that population then matriculates through a high school experience at Parkway Center City, simultaneous to a college experience at the community college, And then in 4 years, those young people graduate with an associate's degree and a high school diploma. And that some can go on to a 4-year university, some continue at the community college, or some could go into work. We're pleased that we've had significant success. I mean, we had a lot of success with this program. Very proud of the work that our colleagues have done at the community college as well as at Parkway Center City. Of the 94 children who have finished the program, 90 of them have received the associate's degree and the high school diploma. So the program has been very successful. We are looking to expand this. We have multiple programs, dual enrollment programs that are not exactly the middle college format, but they're senior year only programs where the senior year for many of our young people are also spent at the community college, and they come away with, in some cases, 30 hours of college before they graduate from high school. So we are looking to expand those opportunities for young people. And we're looking for a voc ed or career and technical education version of the middle college experience. And so we continue to work with our colleagues at the community college to expand that model so that we can come up with a workforce development version of the middle college experience.
One real last question. How many, what are we doing to expand it? Is there a plan for this coming fall? Will there be additional programs?
Yes, so the principal, An Brown, who does a magnificent job at Parkway Center City, has asked to expand this and both looking at adding grades and adding the numbers of children. We started with a group of children we started with a group of 100. We've expanded that number to 125. So over a 4-year period, about 500 children, which is the size of a high school. But we are looking to expand the model, but it's based on making sure there's sufficient support for those young people at the community college while they're also coming or starting their high school experience. And this will be the first graduating class.
Thank you. I'll put the rest of my questions in writing.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Free college, community college for all high school students is the goal, right, Dr. Height?
That is the goal. And the Cato Scholarship.
Excellent. Thank you.
Excellent.
Councilmember Gim, and then we'll have for third and final round, Councilmember Thomas, and we will go to our team at Community College of Philadelphia. We thank everyone for their patience.
I may have a third round, council member. I was told not to sign up for a third round until after our second. But thank you so much, and thanks everybody for your patience. I really appreciate it. Two questions, mostly about some staffing and resources again for schools. My question is around, I think we took some of the recent school budget lists, Dr. Height, and we were reviewing them for any kind of staffing changes, looking at enrollment changes. And we found about 100 schools where we saw staffing changes that seemed pretty out of whack with sort of the enrollment shifts. So maybe you would see a big increase in enrollment and a tiny allocation of a particular staff member. Or you might see a marginal decrease in enrollment, but a much larger decline in staffing. Now, this is about overall staffing, so this is not about a principal choosing between one staff member or another. This is about aggregate staffing overall. This is a serious concern for me due to the fact that, as we persist through this pandemic and given my line of questioning about re-engagement, I worry about cutting staff at this time to align with changes in enrollment year to year may not put us in a place that's going to be able to welcome young people back to school and certainly around engagement. I think I've been on the record as saying that I believe in a hold harmless approach towards school staffing, where certainly no school would lose staff going into the next year, even despite some enrollment drops. But I wanted to know if you could clarify. We had heard a little bit about leveling, and that this was about lingering effects of leveling. But you did mention that there was no leveling last year, no leveling this year, and you're seeking to avoid leveling as you head into the school year. So I'm trying to understand what is going on with these 100 schools, and we will certainly send them over to you as well.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you, Councilwoman Gim. And you're right, there's no leveling down this year, which means we could level up if enrollment changes. What you described is an allocation issue because leveling happens after the school year starts. So I see he popped on, so I was going to ask Ori to come on and just kind of walk through what is happening with some of what you described. Ori?
Thank you, Dr. Height. Thank you, Councilwoman Gim. So system-wide, actually, we have increased staff across the entire system by several hundred, and that is even before the new discretionary,
Right.
which would add about an additional 350. So we're going to end up with hundreds more school-based staff regardless system-wide. So I know some of the issues you highlighted, and they really are school-by-school issues relative to enrollment, and there are a couple of key issues which are impacting some of those schools, and in some cases it is principal choice, and you may choose one full-time instead of several part-time, so the number of staff may be lower, but the amount of FTE there is higher. One of the biggest, and you mentioned leveling, so we did not do leveling last year, we're not doing leveling this year. Leveling is about mid-year adjustments based on enrollment that shows up. As part of the budget book and doing the allocation formula, we go through a enrollment projection process, which we do every year, and allocations are based on those projections. So one of the issues with leveling, and when we basically did a hold harmless on leveling last year, is that let's say you had a school that had shown declining enrollment over several years. So let's say they were at 500 a couple of years ago and were projected for the current school year to be at 475, for example, and we allocated based on that, and then only 410 kids showed up for this coming year. We didn't level, so they actually had more staff than fit the enrollment. When we come to the projection side, we may now project them at 425 or 430 based on, again, where they were, what the enrollment things we're seeing. So the allocation this year is based on what the enrollment is projected to be. And if it comes in at 400, it won't go down, for example. There won't be an adjustment in leveling. If it's higher, we'll be adding, and we already actually have some schools that are showing some promising enrollment, so we've already added some staff, or because we don't wait till October necessarily if we see it growing. But in effect, what happens is not leveling mid-year, which we have pledged to avoid and we're not doing, it will cause a little more of an impact, or you'll feel more of an impact because it'll skew the numbers a bit because you basically had staffing for the year. The current year staffing doesn't correlate to the actual enrollment. It correlates to what the projected enrollment was, not the actual. Now you're seeing the actual enrollment, so it has that delayed impact, and that's why you tend to see that year-over-year impact. It's something we're going to have to figure out how we, as we continue to not do mid-year leveling, it's going to have a review of how we better prepare schools for that. We did work with a lot of the schools that would have seen it, but it is an issue.
So I think I've made this case before, and I'll wait for the third round, but I've made this case before that the 2020 to 2021 and the 2021 to 2022 school years were warped because of COVID. Now, you are using a projection, therefore, like I would use the 2019 to 2020 school year as a hold harmless baseline. Now, if against the hold harmless baseline of 2019 to 2020 school year, you want to revisit 2022 to 2021 into 2022 using the 2019 to 2020 baseline, I would be fine with that. But if we're using the 2020 into 2021 and the 2021 into 2022 school year, we have a problem because those are warped school years. They're not based on normal numbers. Overall, depression was seen, and we're worried about schools that have, say, a high percentage of immigrant families that could not do virtual schooling very well, a high percentage of individuals who went over to a charter school or a cyber charter or special needs young people. The enrollment declines that we're tracking are not in schools that have a lot of, stability or something. They are struggling schools, and I think we need to do a case by case. I would like to see what those numbers are against the 2019 to 2020 baseline population and whether they would hold true. But the idea is that we're trying to get kids back into a school system. And I recognize that some of these schools have seen a significant drop, but we're trying to get the kids back. I'm not saying that you have to keep all the staffing there, but I need a plan for how these young people are going to come back to the schools based on 2019 to 2020 guidelines, of which I want to see growth. I want us to see us growing and expanding schools. I'm not hearing that. So what I'm worried about, and this is to the council chair, and we'll continue to follow this up, because I do want the whole committee to see the list. And what I want the dialogue to be is this is around re-engagement again. It's about getting our young people back to where they were pre-pandemic and to grow from there. But if we allow the pandemic to become a baseline, we're potentially shortchanging schools and their ability to meet need and then potentially future demand. And that's what I'm concerned about. So I'll come back on the third round, Madam Council.
Madam Chair.
So again,
Madam Chair, can I respond, please?
3 areas.
Sure.
So just so you know, it's not a one-year thing we look at. We actually look at a multi-year, and we purposely, for all the reasons you mentioned and which we agree with, we did not include the current year in our estimates. We actually went back to the prior cycle, looked at that, took that as the current year as an abnormal year, or whatever the word you use to describe it. So I don't think that wasn't there to begin with. We were looking at trends that are 5 years old, going through all those periods and recognizing that the 2021 year is an aberration. At the same time, when the enrollment numbers come out, it's not just that they're put out by the groups who do that's not by the enrollment estimates groups that do that and all the demographics that go into it. But then it's actually put out there for responses and discussions with principals, assistant superintendents of what they're seeing and what we're doing. The total overall numbers reflect most kids coming back to the district, but that our numbers are actually going back to where we were total district-wide 1920 numbers. So I think that overall you're seeing that trend. There are going to be some schools that went up. There are going to be some schools that went down. We also have the other issues of the new school on Ryan Avenue opening, which impacts 11 other schools going down, which skews some of the numbers when you first look at them. So I think there are a lot of issues there, but we actually did not use this year as part of our projections. So
I'm just saying, Ori, that we have about 100 schools. So this isn't like, I'm not talking about 5. If we were talking about an outlier of like 5 or 10 schools, then I wouldn't be having this conversation. Maybe I'd just be doing a back and forth with you because I'd still advocate for those 5 to 10 schools. I'm talking about 100 schools where the overall allocation of staffing is very different from the enrollment shifts that we're seeing. So some of those can be explained through what you said. But if we are talking about 100 schools, we have a bigger conversation in play. And if you're saying that 100 schools, over half, about half, a little less than half of the district seen a significant decline in population, it doesn't necessarily, we're just going to have a deeper conversation. It's not about
Councilmember
165 schools have a higher budget dollar amount when you translate it out than this year. So again, a principal choice actually does weigh into a lot of what you're talking about.
Folks, unfortunately, Councilmember Thomas, are you on? I'm going to need to let you and Councilmember Gim, although I gave her an extra 3 minutes, to get your questions on the record, because we're going to have to take a break with the stenographer before community college. And we're scheduled for public testimony at 3, and we have 44 people signed up, and I really want to respect people's time. So, Councilmember Thomas, did you have some questions you wanted to put on the record? And I'll allow Councilmember Gim, but then I do have to move this because we have so many people in the queue. Councilmember Gim, you want to get a couple more questions in as I try to get Councilmember Thomas?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank the entire Board of Education for joining us and the Committee on Education and Children and Youth Committees for participating in joint hearings and doing roundtables, especially with young people who are experiencing gun violence. I hope to send over an anti-violence agenda that's been powered by those discussions. I'd love to share them with you. Continue to do some dialogue together, and to the board members, especially Board Member Streeter, Angela Guyver, Mallory Fix-Lopez, Cecilia Thompson, Julia Danzy, thank you so much, and would love to continue to do some of this work. And Dr. Haidt, you've been a really great ally, one, in helping us. We need to see the world through young people's eyes right now, and that is what you bring to the conversation that no other entity really helps us to bring. But we are working together to really develop a plan and investment to support students dealing with trauma, to specifically prevent violence, and to identify some of the most impacted district schools as well as your charter and alternative schools, and to develop a plan for kids who are currently disengaged from schools, since that is a significantly large group, as you know. This isn't, your specific work, but your engagement around this, your advice on this is really important. And similar to many of the questions I've asked, I think, what I'd like to request, and maybe we don't do a direct one, but again, just reinforcing at the schools that you've identified as the most impacted, particularly those 8 district schools. What additional supports are we giving them that specifically deal with violence prevention, additional supports knowing how deeply impacted they've been? And then I want to make sure that the district is looped into bigger citywide conversations about this. So that would be one. I would like to hear how we're doing on air conditioning. This is a rare time where we've got the infrastructure in place, both on the city side for upgrading of electrical grids and on the district end to bring in air conditioning. But air conditioning is not a temperature control like glamorous thing. Air conditioning means we start school 2 to 3 weeks later than many other school districts can. It means we'll close schools more frequently once the temperatures get to a certain stage. It means that our beginning of the year is chaotic because we cannot control the temperature within a building, and it becomes like children just turning into piles of mush. But most importantly, learning is what I'm prioritizing. Air conditioning is not just about a luxury. It is about a path to stability for the opening of the year, which I consider to be the most important time for that. So I'd love to hear any comments that you have about air conditioning, and then I'll leave that. I'll leave the other questions.
Yeah, if you, again, we're going to have to put these in writing. I have a stenographer who's been working for 6 hours directly and has been begging for some time off. I don't know if you wanted to quickly respond to the air conditioning question.
Yeah, so no, Madam Chair, I was going to say, I'll get the information back to all of council with investments of students who are experiencing trauma, those schools, and working particularly the 8 district schools, and how we're partnering with the others as well. Yeah. On the AC, we have started and begun some work around improving the power grids. Buying ACs were never the problem. It was upgrading the power grid in order to do that, which is a much larger challenge. And so just wanted to get that response on the record. And then I'll get back to you, Councilwoman, with specific investments for the students at the schools that are receiving. And want to make sure Council Thomas also knows that I'm in receipt of his questions and concerns related to the Office of Athletics. And so look forward to continuing to work with him on the issues that he posed in those questions as well.
Thank you so much, Dr. Haidt, and thank you so much for your patience, Madam Chair. If there's work that the city needs to do on our end on the electrical grid, we need to know that too. So It's partly why your conversation back to us, identifying the schools in which the grid is larger than the school itself, allows the city and the school district to potentially use this ARP money to actually do something where we could actually get our city on a path towards where schools could open mid-August, stay open, and
all summer,
close
all summer,
all summer, right?
All summer hour long. Exactly. We would love to have summer school. We cannot have summer school in some of our neighborhoods simply because the schools are uninhabitable. This is a really important educational issue. I don't want it to be dismissed, but temperature control is the path, and we don't have to do it just on air conditioning. Like, if you have another path, let's think about it. But the ARP money is here for us to figure this out.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Gim, for all your work and focus on this area. We will have another opportunity to continue this conversation. Again, I'm going to encourage all my colleagues to submit any additional questions to the chair so we can add it on the record as it relates to this budget process, and make sure that the district responds on the record as it relates to this particular budget process. So Dr. Height, thank you so very much. And to all the board members, again, we thank you for your service. We are reminded that you are volunteers and truly committed to this work and in this space. And Dr. Height, to you and your team in preparation for this evening, I know we have many pending conversations as it relates to physical plant infrastructure development, how we think that through, and more importantly, how we continue to engage folks differently as we're committed to a different way of operating moving forward in this COVID reality. So thank you very much, Dr. Height, and all my colleagues. We're going to take a 15-minute break, which brings us back at 2:25. Modesto, I don't know if you need to inform Channel 64. I'm going to ask Community College, Dr. Generals, his board, and folks to stand by. We will start at 2:25, the hearing of Community College of Philadelphia. As I mentioned earlier, we have 44 people registered to begin testimony at 3 o'clock. We are going to ask folks to continue to be patient with us. These are very important conversations that are being held in a very condensed fashion, and we do not want to limit the kind of public participation for the folks who are coming this afternoon. So again, we're going to pause to 2:25. Thank you so very much for your patience.